Phil.
I feel the vibe.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another disaster DSP stream. DSP is the disaster here, not me. Don't say it's me. Okay. We're gonna continue watching the interview, the interview everyone wants to see. So get hyped, get ready. I'm disabling the well, actually, let's do this. Let's do, where's the cover button? I changed my my stream deck. I finally changed it. I added folders. I did all kinds of stuff to it. So now it's a little bit more organized. So that's cool. Oh my god, this is a weird crop. let's oh my god, this looks really weird. What the fuck happened here? Okay, that's better. It just looks way more horizontal for some reason. Whatever, it's fine. I'm gonna remove the preview. Maybe that's gonna help me out. Hopefully. Then I'll just enable it if I need it. Hey, big ups everyone. Everyone's here. Let's see. Yes, another Theo stream. You did nothing wrong. All Jacko players eat glue. No, idiot. We fucking throw shit, okay? We throw minions, okay?
Redonkulous.
How do I? You know what? Actually, in reality, I'm also a Bikin player, so I don't know. I don't know if I should be offended or confused. Mostly confused because it's like I play both. I play both characters. It's just I like playing a character that takes a little bit more time to think about. Biking gets a pass. Okay, I see how it is. I mean, but if you think about Jacko, it's like higher level gameplay because you have to think about the minions. You have to think about how when you throw them, where they land, the buffs you can give them. The moves you can give them, so it's a little bit higher level than what you're used to. The true glue eaters, I would say, is, man, what character would definitely eat glue? As far as Strive is concerned. Yeah, Giovanna, I would say, because like I don't think she's that complicated of a character. But she's a very entry level character too. Anyways, we're not here discussing Guilty Gear yet again. I do kind of think it's funny that like my chat is slowly. I feel like I'm gonna turn everyone to Guilty Gear nuts by the end of my streaming career. I'm gonna be like, guys, I'm not streaming anymore. Everyone's gonna be like a Guilty Gear master.
Go to that.
Okay, let's
mainly on the
look at this. It's like
pop back in because he would have.
I just want to see the beginning of this.
But it was so good. But you know what I'm saying, right? I'm trying to like you
Yes.
say you don't want to go there, but like
Right.
conquer
You're not the only
it,
person
dude.
who said
Own
that.
it.
You're
Own
definitely
it.
not the
Own that
only
shit.
person. The problem is, again, when you focus on a focal point like that and
Own that
end all
shit.
be all, I don't want that to be what I'm remembered for. It probably will be, but I want people who come to my content every day to remember that awesome stream they had or that cool game playthrough that we did.
But this is really stupid though, because they're gonna remember anything. You know, I don't want them to come to my stream and think of me as the fapping guy. But they could think of that and then also remember the stream. Like, he thinks that everyone's like a single-minded baby.
Think about the guy who had an old face beat off on stream. Like, it's so stupid. And it's such a dumb thing that I've moved past. I'm not in that part of my life anymore. I'm so much happier now.
So much
I
happier.
don't need to dwell on the past anymore. I don't need to think about that moment. It was stupid. And
Well,
I
I'll
don't
say
want
this,
to be there forever.
If you're not going to monetize it, we will. Later tonight, the Beat Your Demons t-shirt will be available on the store.
I kind of low-key wonder if Adam's laugh is what got him ticked off. Because like, it is kind of a mocking laugh, kinda. But it's also just a really stupid. It's a stupid thing to get upset about. I will just say that it's a stupid thing to be like, okay, that's it. I'm out of here. Whatever. Like it's stupid. But that laugh is kind of it's kind of a wild laugh. Like I've heard that laugh before. Man, I know how it sounds.
God. And it's
and like, oh my god, dude.
Well, I'll say
want
this.
to be there forever.
If you're not going to monetize it, we will.
You in
Later
baby
tonight,
mode.
The Beat Your Demons t-shirt will be available on the store.
oh my god. And it's
he looks at the camera, like nods his head. Here, bam, gone.
no, that's terrible,
I'm
dude.
totally good. Monetize it, we will. Later tonight, the Beat Your Demons t-shirt will be available on the store.
Oh my god. And it's no, that's terrible, dude.
I just wonder, like, if there was a point before, if he reached over to grab something, you know, because he has a wireless mouse. So I wonder if he moved the mouse on one of the armrests, because he never uses armrest at all. And then he just kind of click.
Really good. I thought it was really funny. All right.
Oh my goodness.
So there's a few things that I want to circle back with you on, Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
It is a very sus cut off too. And then then he immediately runs to Twitter. It seems I've been DDoSed. and this dude, man, we've seen him get DDoSed before.
Did we lose him?
I hope not. Oh well, if he drops, well,
Like, it's such a convenient
yeah, he does look frozen and
instance.
I
such. But
was just kidding. I
Of
mean,
course.
I couldn't help the puns. They wrote themselves.
Phil, make sure you pop back in. I'm sure that he
Pop
will,
back in,
I
Phil.
doubt that he quit because
Like,
he
it's also kind of funny. This kind of marks the turn of the interview in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, at this point of the interview, it never really recovers. The interview, if anything, the interview just gets progressively worse as it goes on. Like, it doesn't get any better. It just gets worse and worse and worse, and that's rough.
dropped from the thing. It's definitely an internet issue of some corp.
Must
So
be frozen.
I do not think that he rage quit or anything like that. So Phil, you can just pop back in whenever you're ready, and we'll keep going. But there are a few things that I want to circle back on, mainly on the 5K. Okay, let's see, he dropped, so he'll pop back in. I do want to circle back on the business expense because I feel like Phil kind of skirted that question a little bit. No, we didn't really get, the idea of.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I said, this.
Also, I have been watching the Tevin restream of this interview, so I got to the part where Keem comes on, so that's gonna be hyped whenever we get to that.
I feel like there's just so much here that doesn't add up.
Not this part where Keem hops on. I'm saying like when Keem and DSP are talking. That part is pretty wild.
I mean, I don't believe him.
Oh shit!
Man. I mean, I don't believe him.
Now, this is really funny. Oh, fuck. So, as I was saying, I was adding stuff to my soundboard, and I forgot to add the Curb Your Enthusiasm and Seinfeld themes. I gotta add those. But DSP said that it was like the stream after the decompression debrief stream that they did. DSP claimed that it wasn't professional, that they shat on him or whatever, but in the same stream they did the interview, Adam just straight up says, I don't believe him. And I kind of feel like, in a lot of ways, when Adam was probably going through the questions and looking up who DSP is, as I said before yesterday, he probably formed an opinion to some level going into this. But, the whole point of this interview was to get a better idea of it. And when you're asking the source of everything, all these questions, and he's just kind of squirming around and all this kind of stuff, it doesn't really give the person any reassurance that you're being forthcoming or anything. So DSP kind of, in a way, made it way easier to make Adam, not believe him. So I'm sure in DSP's way, if DSP ever decides, I'm gonna watch the interview and we're gonna react to it, or whatever, I know what he's gonna say. Adam had a preconceived notion, and he says this, and it's bullshit, man. But it's like, dude, you didn't really give him any faith, which is why I said this multiple times. If Craig offered DSP to do a normal podcast, just be a normal guest, why did DSP allow Craig to change the idea of the stream? It's just kind of dumb, and I said this before. It's such a stupid response. Well, there's lots of stuff said about me. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff said about anyone, but it's like you don't need to do that. When he went to Jake James Lugo to be in his video, did he tell Jake James Lugo that he must confront the drama? No. But Craig had to. Come on.
I mean, I don't. There's just too many things. I mean, I caught him live, and then he admitted a minute later that I was right, and it's just like, man, that your whole credibility was already shaky, and
right.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying this now because he's not here. I mean, you guys have been very blunt to his face. I'm not gonna if he hears me, it's not like I mean, I straight up told him I didn't believe him about that joke that he made, and it's just like, dude, that's such bullshit, So,
Well, while we have a second, hopefully Phil's going to rejoin us. I did want to thank everybody for your super chats today, and I see a lot of people.
This part was just awkward.
It's
look how awkward this is. DSP drops out. He's taking a sweet ass time to kind of come back into the call. I kind of wonder, right? If DSP just bounced out off the call, watched the stream, or just bounced off and just kind of waddled around, debating if he should come back, and then he came back.
Appreciated. Appreciate everybody allowing us to have this conversation. I appreciate Phil allowing us to have this conversation with him.
Honestly, I got to give him props, dude.
Yes.
Because it's not easy to fucking do what he just did. I wasn't being easy on him, and I wasn't going to. Because I said earlier, I'm an honest asshole, dude. If I don't know you and I'm and there's shit and it's a serious situation, I'll get serious.
Yeah,
this is the most serious show we've ever had on this channel, right? We're constantly laughing, and when you said you were gonna bring up,
this is nuts. This is a serious show, and you have fucking DSP on. That to me is funny.
Come on.
But
read his email that he said you could read publicly, and it seemed like he just wanted to be joining and doing a regular show, and it kind of evolved through the weeks of it's going to be an interview, and now we've done this interview today, and I mean it was tough.
Right. Well, I'll say this. Phil just emailed me, and he said, "Hey, I'm still here. I might be getting DDoSed. Not sure." So I will say this.
This is insane. How is he he's saying, I might be getting DDoSed. But I got a question about that then. If he's getting DDoSed, right? How? Because He has told us in the past, in order for him to be DDoS, he would have to have gotten his IP address leaked. How did his IP leak this quickly? Like, did he go back to Sound Puppy's Super Puppy's website again? Did he click his fishy link again? Super Puppy did something. I gotta check his website. Damn, I forgot. No.
So while we have a second and Phil's not with us, I'm actually going to invite somebody to the chat right now. Keemstar is going to join us to give his side of the thing. And when Phil hops in,
oh my God.
We'll see. I like I said, I don't want to make this weird for Phil, but I do think that while we have a second,
it
we'll
got
Keemstar
weird.
In.
The second that they started having Keem and DSP talk, it got really fucking weird real quick, and it was
he should
rough.
be joining us any minute.
Oh my God, this is.
I will say this. I will say
day.
this, guys. I appreciate everybody staying with us. And while we have you for a second, I want to remind you guys we do have some other guests coming up, including Mark the Cyborg and James Rolfe, the Angry Video Gamer.
Mark the Cyborg
here in the next few weeks. If you guys are new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, of course, and come join us. We are a daily podcast Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock Central Time, and we're usually pretty fun. We have a great time. And if you guys really like it, you guys can head over to patreon.com/sidescrollers and support us over there. But joining us now,
I gotta say, I really didn't mean to make that pun beat your demons. It was just so funny.
Great,
I couldn't stop laughing, and I jeez.
All right. I just wonder if
Keemstar is joining us. Hello, Keemstar. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Good. It's nice to meet you. You guys have absolutely crushed this. I think you've done more than a fair job with Phil here. And especially how difficult he is, but with him talking about the $50,000 offer and the LOL Call podcast, I just really wanted to get on to say my piece because he's just dishonest.
He says LOL Call pretty funny,
and I think you guys experienced this, right? He had an opportunity to clear his name so easily. And he just put it off and made excuse. You had to think,
Kim, you fucking idiot. He has to think about it. Come on. He had to think about sending Craig a fucking JPEG. Craig, he might be a secret detractor, Keem. Do you think about that? Come on. I mean, he had a mod like 5 years ago, pretend to be another person. And then, he did shit. Marl did shit, man.
And goes on to bring up some other situation with hookers and some other lies, and it's like every content creator has been lied about, right? But in this one issue where he could just prove his innocence so quick and he doesn't take advantage of it, then it's like
this. I think this is a green screen bar.
I told him
to be honest.
To be honest, more sus like that.
But maybe it's real.
Your story
it just looks really weird.
You're not like, you know what? I want to fucking prove this shit. Like I'm sick of these lies. Let's prove it.
Well, I'll say this. Look, Keem, we appreciate you hopping on. Phil has rejoined us. Phil said he didn't want to be on the show if you were on it. So I'll tell you, can we invite you back on after we're done with Phil?
Sure. Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate it. Okay. We're going to bring Phil back on. We don't want to make things weird. So appreciate you understanding, man. And you have the link. I'll DM you when we're ready. Okay, buddy?
Sounds good.
Thank you, Keem. Appreciate it, man. All right. Boof. All right. Phil, welcome back, man. Sorry, we had a second. We wanted to.
I saw.
I saw.
Appreciate you.
I like the way you said that.
All right.
I like the way you said I saw.
Phil, welcome back, man. Sorry, we had a second. We wanted to. He had reached out and he wanted to share his side of it. So we appreciate you going with it, man. So let's continue. Everything okay?
It's like he saw like a fucking insect, and he's like, "Yeah, did you see the big giant bug? Yeah, I saw it. Yeah."
I don't know. I have absolutely no idea what just happened. My whole internet went down and came back up, and I don't know if it was my ISP or if I've just been DDoSed. I would not put it past them to DDoS me at this point. I've never, to my knowledge, my IP address has never leaked, this one. But if it happens again, I guess we kind of know, right?
We know.
Hope that's not the case.
I hope not either, because that's a lot of work for me. I have to call my cable company then to get it fixed. It's not pretty.
All right. Let's
man.
circle back on some stuff here, man.
Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? I have to call my cable company. My IP address has never.
Wait a sec.
And I don't know if it was my ISP or if I've just been DDoSed. I would not put it past them to DDoS me at this point.
Whatever.
I've never,
I
to
thought
my
I-
knowledge, my IP address has never.
Whatever. I thought I had a
this one,
point or something to
But if
say,
it happens
but
again,
I
I
didn't.
guess we kind of know, right?
Well,
We
hope that's
know.
not the case.
I
Hope
hope
that's not
not
the
either,
case.
because that's a lot of work for me. I have to call my cable company then to get it fixed. It's not
Right.
pretty.
All right. Let's circle back on some stuff here, man. And
Did I
there's
miss
a few things-
anything? Did I miss
Well,
anything?
Yeah, there's a few things that I feel like we kind of went through, and I feel like we do need to kind of address. And I want to circle back to like the business expenses, because we talked about the 5K. We talked
Oh, you know,
about
I
that.
remember what I was gonna say. This dude tells us how great his internet is. Oh, my internet's great, man. He plays a fighting game and there's lag. It's never his internet. It's the other people's internet. And look at all these internet issues, man.
And but we didn't really get an answer, right? Like, and this kind of all ties in together. The idea of like, as somebody who works online, I've been doing this for a long time as well. I understand that spending 5K on anything is a lot, and the idea of a mortgage being a business expense, that's not necessarily true. You can from a tax perspective, you can allow me to tell you, because from a tax perspective, you can take the square footage of your office space in your house, and that can be deductible. Right, and you can use that as a business expense. You can take the internet and do those things.
But your
entire house, your entire mortgage is not something that can be a business expense, right?
Oh,
So,
this part.
expense.
Oh
You
shit.
can take the internet and do those things, but your entire house, your entire mortgage is not something that can be a business expense, right? So
I didn't think that was legal. I don't think that's legal.
Are you in a state of fear?
It's not the way it goes.
Oh no, this isn't the right
But
one.
with all that said, I feel like
You're confused.
with everything lined up, right? There's still a lot. Like, are you spending that money on food, or what are you spending that money on it? Because you can pay for meals out and things like that, as long as you technically talk about business. I've done that hundreds of times, where you go out to a meal and you say, well, we're gonna have a business meeting, and it's just you and your wife.
No, he loves delayed based Neko, dude. He loves it. Okay,
It's
shut
just
up.
one of those things. But walk me
He
through.
liked Rev 2 before they
what
gave it
are your
rollback, man.
month-to-month business expenses? What are you paying for as a streamer who works 12 hours a day? Kind of walk me through this.
Well, again, I could tell you what I'm doing now. I mean, we're talking. What people are referencing is something from like 2019, I think.
Look how stupid this is. They were referencing something from 2019. Like, the question is, what's your business expense? Give us your business expense. Well, okay,
Right? Is that a tax return for my
Well,
bankruptcy proceeding?
but I want to know about today. I want to know about today. Like, your expenses that you have on a month-to-month basis. What do those look like? Are your
Okay.
expenses?
You know what? How about this? Give me 1 second.
Sure, do your thing. Yeah.
Oh my god, he waddles off!
Should be fun.
He waddles
All right,
off!
Phil is off, and it looks like, I wonder what this could be a surprise. We'll see what happens.
I'm an old man.
I'm at a loss
Yes.
for words here.
I do something that no one else does. I use paper.
Oh my
and I write on
god.
it to track.
I don't think old people even do this. He's like, I'm an old man. I write on paper. I don't think even like my parents did that. My parents just fucking, they get a letter in the mail saying, hey, you owe this amount. Then they just kind of did the thing, man. Come on.
No one else does this, right?
Now hold on, Phil. Before you show anything, I want to
Oh,
make
I'm not
sure.
going to show. I'm going to read.
Okay.
Oh, and he's not
I'm
gonna
not
show
gonna
anything.
I'm going to read
Okay.
some things. What I'd like to do.
This is more
is kinda
like
go through here,
tism
'cause
shit.
People say every day, where does your money go? Essentially that's what you're asking.
Where's the
Right?
money
Where's your money
going?
go?
Where's the
Tell me.
money going?
I will 100. Uh-oh. You guys are chopping. Tell me.
No,
it's
you're
not
good. You're good.
DDoS.
You're good. You're
I'm
good. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
Here we go. I'm going to go through this. I'm not exaggerating. Line for line, this is what I'm paying this month. And this is where
Please.
all my money goes, plus a few other things. Okay? And this is literally all of it.
Great.
I have a subscription to Hulu. It's $10 a month.
Hey, Phil, can you tell us your business expense month to month? All right, I will. I'll tell you everything. Hulu. Great beginning. Great way to start. Now, I also want to just ask someone if someone else knows can verify my thoughts. Didn't this dude say he canceled Hulu? I swear he said he canceled Hulu. When he was talking about watching YouTubers and stuff, he said he stopped. He dropped Hulu. Now he has Hulu again. Come on, I remember him saying that, and it's like now he has it again. Oh, okay, I guess he resubscribed.
Business expense. Okay.
Definitely not a business expense. I'm just saying this is where I'm all of it.
Great.
I have a subscription to Hulu. It's $10 a month.
Business expense. Okay.
Definitely.
Wait.
Okay. And this is literally all of it.
Great.
I have a subscription to Hulu. It's $10 a month.
Business expense. Okay.
Definitely not a business.
What did he say after that? He said it's $10 a month. He said something after that. It sounded like he said sorry about that. It's a business expense. He has a reaction channel. Fuck, he does. But that's weird. It's like, it sounded like he said sorry about that, which I don't know. Couldn't hear it, man.
I'm just saying this is where my money goes. This is everything. I'm serious. I'm going to cover it all.
Okay. Sure.
I have my internet. I have 2 internet lines that I pay for. They're very expensive because they're unlimited internet.
So he has 2 internet lines. Both are unlimited. Pretty cool, huh?
It's it's not an hourly. It's like you have to pay a ton of money.
Hourly? Who pays for hourly internet?
No, not hourly. I said unlimited.
Oh, I thought you said that. Okay, you go ahead.
I'm sorry. I meant to say data rates, not hourly. My
Got it.
Data rates. You know how much you use.
Okay.
I have my dues here where I live. I
My
live in a,
dues?
Community, a condo facility community.
Again, the question was business.
I've got. Let's see here.
I mean,
Game Pass.
But you're reading off personal expenses, and that's no one's business.
Right.
I'm reading off everything. I don't care. I'm reading off everything, so you know where my money goes.
I'm reading over like this is what I mean. After he came back, it just got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Because like I was listening to this part in the Devin like restream. And it is so fucking wacky what happens here. Like, dude.
Because this is what they want. They want to know where all my money goes. I'm gonna tell you right now.
No, I don't.
All of the questions the trolls were asking, what they were asking was business expense. And like, well, this is what the trolls want to know. They didn't ask for that.
I think that's the case. I think it was about the $5,000, the business expenses that they were like, what is going on with this? Like, how is this the case? So you're now giving them more shit when you were very seemingly very nervous about giving anyone any more information that isn't public. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to.
Well, to be fair, Adam, that stuff was public information. DSP tells us every day about Hulu and like not Hulu, excuse me, man, but like accounts and bills and mortgages and dues.
It just seems like this is counterintuitive for where you have said your stance is on like revealing public information. So like,
well, I'm not going to tell you any account name. I'm not going to tell
yeah,
you
no, I
businesses or
understand.
anything.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
get
I'm saying?
that, but still, it's still personal stuff that it's like, all right, well, I don't understand that's not what the subject was about.
Right.
It was about the business expenses.
Right.
These aren't business expenses that you're reading off. This is personal stuff.
Some of this would be considered business, and some wouldn't. You know, like
some wouldn't. Then read the stuff that's business related. Like, come on.
Is it Game Pass?
But what's the point? Is kind of where I'm leaning. Like, what is the reason for giving us your personal expenses?
Because people want to know where my money goes. You're asking me
your business, the business expense money. That's what they're talking about.
Why not just go through the business expense and then say after that is said, to see if they ask it, or to say, okay, this is the business expense, Game Pass, PlayStation Plus, even though he doesn't pay for that anymore, etc., and the games or whatever. Okay, so like also. But this is the other thing, the other aspect, okay, is that I also pay these other stuff, so I'm going to give you stuff that I do want to share, whatever, the meme. But this is ridiculous. Like, this becomes, literally, they have to beg Phil, begging him to give him a business expense, and DSP, like, is terrified to do it. Because he knows he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He just put random numbers.
That's what I've seen on the internet. That's what I've seen that people are upset. There's the business expenses, the 5,000, and then like I don't know where this like $500,000 thing is or what that even is. But there's some questions.
$500,000.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard.
Holy shit!
I've seen. I didn't look into
the $500,000 is the debt that got forgiven in the bankruptcy, which Like, it's kind of wild to sit there and be like, how did he get that much? But then you realize he moved across the country. Like, do you guys think that's a cheap move to do? Like, he moved everything across the country. And he opened 14 lines of credit.
That much, because I have multiple shows that I do, and I couldn't dedicate too much to learning about you. So,
like, this is what I mean. If you watch an LSB stream about the bankruptcy documents, if you can find it, it just goes through everything.
Hear from you, but like. That's from what I've seen. It's the business expenses that's what people want to know about. Like, how are you spending that much money on the business?
Here's the thing: if you were to nickel and dime every single transaction I do, when it comes to like video games and stuff like that, I don't think it gets close to that. I think I don't know how it was divvied out.
What? Like, this is insane because like they're also asking for like modern current business expense. I will say this question is kind of muddied a little bit in the sense that Craig was asking currently what's his business expense is like today, and then Adam is talking about the business expense from the bankruptcy filing, which is $5,000. Now you could argue, like, since he put that down, that's assuming that that's a constant amount he's putting into the business, which okay. Regardless of that, even then, if he's selling us, I don't know how I got 5,000, man. Then why did he put in the documents? Like, because people are criticizing him, saying that he has not put a single money back into the business. Like, he didn't buy the ring light until way later. He didn't buy a new gaming PC to stream on. He didn't buy any of this stuff for the business. The money that he was making throughout these years just went into his fund bank. Like that's all it was. And his response is, I don't know why I put 5,000. Like, you put it down in your bankruptcy for some reason.
In those, in that report or whatever they used for the bankruptcy, I don't know how it's calculated. I'm not my bankruptcy attorney. You
went through this with your bankruptcy attorney. Like, did he just like do it with the bankruptcy attorney, and the attorney just did it, and then he's like, I'm not gonna ask any questions? Like, he doesn't want to know? Because the thing is, if the attorney was doing all this work, like, this is why DSP's a fucking idiot. Like, if his previous tax guy didn't know about the Seattle business occupation tax, like, at all, you would think at that point DSP would kind of wake up and say, hey, when I find a new tax guy, I should kind of be more involved with what's going on. I should see why they're doing things and try to understand what they're documenting. Like, he doesn't have to like go to like learn massively everything about tax codes and shit. Like, that's too much, I guess. Whatever. But he should at least try to get a better grasp of what's going on than just like,
I'm not my CPA. I know it's done right because I went through it with the bankruptcy judge line by line. So
is that where that large number comes from? Is the bankruptcy number like how much debt you had?
Oh,
I'm trying to take a
maybe.
Oh,
maybe
you would know, right? I mean, if that's what
I don't know the total number of debt.
Seems like a pretty big moment in your life that you would know.
I never, it's not a milestone. Oh man, I'm so happy I got $500,000 off.
It's a big moment, DSP, in your life? Well, it's not a happy moment. It's still a moment. Like, this dude goes on and on. Like, the bankruptcy is not a big moment, so that's not happy, right? But he can tell you every day about everything the trolls did to him, the copyright strikes, the moral incident, all this stuff. He can recite all of this, by heart. And but he remembers that, but the bankruptcy, which is a big deal, that's like nothing. I don't know. It's not like a happy moment, so like I didn't think much about it, man. So I guess all like the swatting and all that were happy memories. Oh, okay, Phil, your life, man.
My bad.
I'm not saying it's a good milestone.
I'm at a loss
No,
for
it's a
words
horrible
here.
milestone. Something I want to move past and forget and get,
And
in the past.
forget.
I don't know. Maybe that's what that number is. But again,
He wants to forget
I
his
don't-
bankruptcy,
I can't go line
man.
item by line item. I don't know. It's from years and years ago. And guys, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay,
You're
you
good.
froze again.
You're good.
Jeez.
You're
Keeps
good. You're good.
freezing.
You're
Yeah,
good.
okay.
Well, they call me Mr.
that's me.
Freeze, so
Okay. But yeah, like I can't,
Moment of
I
silence
have
for
that. I
for
don't know.
that.
I would assume, this is my assuming, that data includes anything that's considered associated with the business or not. I don't know. Again, I can, without going through it, because I'm not going to go through all of it anyway. That would be exposure to talk about all that stuff, I feel. Okay. A couple of things that no one knows. I guess I have to. I didn't want to do this.
Oh my god.
I really.
This part is wild because again, this whole thing started by them just asking why did you put $5,000? Like, what's your business expense? Like, what do you spend towards the business? That's where this whole thing started from. And and we just went all over the place to then talk about the bankruptcy. Like come on.
I didn't want to do this, but again,
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this, man.
all that stuff, I feel. Okay.
It's been tough. My life has been tough over the last decade. It has.
Couple things that no one knows. I guess I have to. I didn't want to do this. I really didn't want to do this, but
This sounds so fucking fake. Like it's like this dude, man. This sounds like a script. Because dude, come on, think about it. He goes on a podcast and then he got talked into revealing stuff that he didn't want to reveal.
again,
It's really like he does this so because he, what he said in the down when he reacted down the rabbit hole video about himself is that, oh, when I said this, it's to let you guys know that I'm being real, that I'm being honest. That's why I say these things. Is he saying this so that we know he's telling the truth? Since, I'm revealing something you never heard about, so this must mean he's being honest. This is like an alert.
Phil, you do what you're comfortable with, man. I think that's the biggest thing. Is
I really
you
don't
don't
want to. Let me go put the paper away. I'm gonna tell you.
Oh my god, then he gets up to put the paper away! Why? This dude has tables in front of him! Okay, man, I gotta put the paper away. Dude. He's on another person's show and he gets up to put paper away. Come on. And their reaction to that is priceless because, to the DSP fan and viewer and troll, this is normal behavior for the guy. He always gets up randomly. But when you're a dude that never watches the guy, and you just see him do this, it's this.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I don't want to.
I don't like doing this
shit, but I have to. It sucks.
Well,
he has to look up. He's looking at God right now. He's talking to the pig God.
No, you don't. You said 30 minutes ago you don't give a shit, and it doesn't make a difference. So
you said you don't care, Phil. I don't want to do this. I don't. Ah! He acts as if he's being forced. Like they have that gunpoint. And this is the shit that he tells us he didn't want to do anything with Rich because it was gonna be a firing squad. But he's kind of forcing Craig and Adam to grab a gun and pointing at him. Pretty much. He's like, Adam and Craig, force me to answer your question. Force me, I dare you.
pick a point. Pick a place to stand.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
Either you don't give a shit and you're gonna move on and let the haters hate you no matter what because there's nothing you could do, or try to appease them. It's not. You can't be somewhere in the middle where you're like, I might appease you. I might.
Dude. That video of Wings going on that call with Keemstar and shit. I don't remember very well, to be honest. I'm just gonna say that I'm going off by pure memory. I don't think it was the very first time. I guess. I don't think it was this bad compared to this, because this is just bad because it makes it worse knowing that he willingly wanted this podcast cameo to be this, and then he just really wanted to do Pignosis time on a podcast, on someone else's podcast. Like, you can't, like, this only works on his channel because no one's gonna pressure him or press him for evidence in his channel. But when you do this shit to someone else that's trying to get information, you can't just say nuh-uh and no over and over and like hope that it's enough to convince them. Especially if they are under the guise or with the intent of getting in, like, to the bottom of things. Like, a lot of this is stupid and like brought on by himself. Like, that's what makes it so bad. Like, that's and this is kind of where the whole interview kind of just becomes a train wreck because he just does it to himself.
Adam, actually do this, I'll think about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Adam, I don't care
one
about
or the
them.
other.
I care about you guys. I care
so
about my viewers. I care about these neutral parties out there who've heard so much nasty stuff about me. At least have a place to listen and hear my. I don't care
one
about
or the
them.
other.
I care about you.
I don't care about them, but I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything, man. But I don't care. But I don't want to say anything because of the trolls.
You guys, I care
so you're
about my viewers. I care.
Oh my god.
No, you don't. You said like.
Okay.
I want to hear this again.
All right, I don't like.
Holy
I don't
shit!
talk about shit, but I have to. It sucks.
Well,
no, you don't. You said like 30 minutes ago.
Like, the fucking pre-stream script is not working, DSP. It's not working. It's not.
You don't give a shit, and it doesn't make a difference. So, pick a point. Pick a place to stand.
Yeah, I know. I don't.
Either you don't give a shit and you're gonna move on and let the haters hate you no matter what because there's nothing you could do, or try to appease them. It's not. You can't be somewhere in the middle where you're like, I might appease you. I might actually do this. I'll think about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Adam, I don't care
one
about
or the
them.
other.
I care about you guys.
And now it's about them. This dude is like, well, the trolls are gonna use it against me. Well, then why do you care? Don't care, man. You said you don't care. No, man, it's about you guys. Okay, nice deflection.
I care about my viewers. I care about these neutral parties out there who've heard so much nasty stuff.
My viewers, dude.
Okay. About me. At least have a place to listen and hear my side. You know that.
That statement alone doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, by itself, in the context of everything, it doesn't functionally make sense because he's on the show that he wants them to go to listen to, and he's like, well, I want to give you the information on this specific thing.
That's what this is. And I appreciate you guys so much for giving me this time. I really do. I'm sorry I'm getting emotional now thinking of, but, all right, I'm just going to, fuck this. I'm going to do it. All right, I'm going to tell you a few things that no one knows without specifics. Okay? So it doesn't really put anyone on the bus or anything.
Okay.
I've been involved in a few different, legal things over the years.
The legal things. This fucker has talked about legal things for months. And he's like, oh, you guys don't know this, but I'm in legal things right now. What legal things? The identity theft? The, bankruptcy? Legal things? Is he being sued? Is he getting sued? Or, wait a second. Bear with me here. Remember that car trouble situation? What if, Theo theory? Oh, I don't have X-Files on this. Fuck. You know what? Hold up. We're going full Greek on this. Yeah, this should be the full screen. I'm gonna add these fucking sound clips that I want. Damn it, I had enough of this shit. Let's see. And I'll try to make it quick. I'll try to be fast with this. Create folder. Random sounds. Call it that for now. Then do search. Damn it, no. I think I put the dash. We must add the X-Files clip. Oh my god, where is it? Why isn't it here? Where is it? No, we lost. No. It has to be here. I know I have it. I know I have it. Come on. I know I have this fucking ass, stupid ass, dumb ass clip. I know it's here. There it is. There we go. I'll have the rest later. I don't have anything else. But my theory is, okay, remember the car incident? What if it wasn't in the car shop because of some like rusty wire whatever, right? What if Kat, you know, the wife that has a job and has to drive the car and hates driving? What if she got into a car accident and the dude she crashed into is suing her? What if? But again, I think there was nothing in that car report about anything of that, so that's probably not the case. It's a silly theory on that part. Or there's this another lawsuit we don't know about. She was drinking and driving. Yes, it's another thing. Maybe there was another car accident.
I've been involved with medical issues, my own health and my wife's. It doesn't really put anyone under the bus or anything. I've been involved in a few different, legal things over the years. I've been involved with medical issues, my own health and my wife's.
Wait.
So it doesn't really.
Is it legal into medical?
I've been involved in a few different, legal things over the years. I've been involved with medical issues, my own health and my wife's.
Why? Like my wife's? Like, why did he tear up? Like he did tell us though when Kat was moving in, he did say she's on medications. He did tell us that, so we knew she's on medications. We know that. We know that much. And you know what? I kind of another theory. What if Kat? Okay, Kat has depression. Because like the thing is, the reason why I bring that up is it's kinda DSP never really talked about depression in his entire career up until 2018. He then did a depression segment on his Hate Life podcast, and all this stuff. He started talking a lot about it. And he got and all this stuff. So what if Kat is on depression? Because I also have heard that it may not have been. Maybe it's not depression medication. It might be other medications, but depression medications is one of the. I think is one of them. That causes the person to gain a lot of weight. So that also explains why Kat looks the way that she did. It could be the medication she's taking. That's just a side effect. Because I think I've seen some people say like. That's part of the struggle when you're going through a lot of depression is that you would take the medication to help it, but it doesn't really like do much, and then you also gain a lot of weight, so it's like it just doesn't really, it's not like a perfect solution, and it has all these other like issues. That's going off like little bits of stuff that I hear about. That's as much as I dabbled with that. So it could explain why Kat looks the way that she did in that picture, you know what I mean? Come on.
All right, and it's not stuff I should talk about with my audience. I don't want my audience to come to my.
And again. All they wanted was, hey Phil, why do you have $5,000 in business expenses? Can you tell us your business expense? And instead of doing that, he did this. If you forget to take depression medication, it can get worse. Yeah, like it's not. There's a lot of issues. Like not issues, but like there's a lot of stuff about depression medication that can like do stuff. It's rough. It's rough.
my stream and be like, I want to give you a tip because I found out that you have maybe a medical issue or something going on. That's no one's business. I've said to let me explain. I said to my audience, if you're going to come to a DSP Gaming or a DSP React stream, please come support me because you like me and my content. Okay? Don't come.
But this is stuff, again, we just want to know the business expense. And we're talking about healthcare and medical bills and legal troubles. But the question was, like, what do you do for the business expense? Like, what do you do that costs $5,000? And he's listing all this because he knows he's not filing it correctly. Then he knows that he doesn't have $5,000 in business expenses, and he's trying to give you this sob story.
Support me because you want to stick it to the haters. I don't want that pity party. Keep that,
What does this have to do with the question? Oh, I don't stick it to the haters. We just want this. All of this started because they asked Phil the business expenses. Tell us the business expense, and he's telling us about don't tip him to stick it to the trolls, even though he has told us that many times. The whole vest was a symbol of sticking it to the trolls. This is insane. And then like in the Copecast he did like the next day he's like, the Craig and Adam, they didn't have me read my letter. They didn't let me do that. DSP, you waddled and like pigged out on your own fucking time. God damn. Maybe the paper should have had more relevant information than just I have a Hulu subscription.
Celebrate whatever. Come and just support me for my content. If I tell you stuff that's going on that are expenses, medical expenses, legal expenses, and it's out. I mean, again, I'm not going to tell you. I have.
But we're asking for business. The stuff that we see every day when we go to DSP Gaming.
Okay.
Well, then this is your forum. Like, this is your forum.
I mean, again, I'm not going to tell you. I have some medical conditions.
The hand rash and gout.
Okay.
This is a great freeze frame, kinda.
Then this is your forum. Like, this is your forum, Phil. Right? If there's some sort of like medical condition,
we also don't know what he said. It kind of interrupted the
paycheck
sentence.
to paycheck or stream to stream. You pride yourself on transparency. I can't.
Excalibur, I thought you said gout and diarrhea. Health issues, gout and diarrhea. That wouldn't make sense for DSP though.
Transparent than just telling your audience you have something going on, and like, you know what, people are people and they'll understand that. Like, if God willing I came out and I had cancer or something bad happened, I would.
It's not that. It's definitely not that. Okay, I don't want to make anyone think that I'm trying to. Again, this is not a pity party here.
Right.
It's not that. It's that I have a few chronic lingering things that come back over the years, and then yes, there's a medical cost. There's deductible, of course. You have to pay to a certain amount. In a nutshell, I've been involved with a few legal things, and I've been involved with some medical things, okay? And essentially what's happened over the years is I can't really pay them because of the financial situations that I've been in, okay? And
did you pay any of those things as business expenses?
I believe, and I don't know if this is true or not.
I
believe. Isn't it true that certain, like your health insurance premiums and stuff is covered or is a tax deductible? I don't know. Again, I get asked this by my tax guy. I do. He says,
your tax guy was asking you this?
He said, I just got an email the other day that said, we need your breakdown of what you paid for premiums, if you had any medical expenses, if you had any of this. We need all this to file your taxes properly.
That doesn't sound right, dude.
I don't know. Again, no, listen, please. Now, here's the problem. I don't want people going over my tax guy. You know what I mean?
Doesn't sound right, man.
He's a professional.
But he clearly doesn't, because you've been in tax issues.
It doesn't sound like it.
No. My tax issues are not from before this shit. They really are. I used to have tax issues.
They got confused.
You might be getting the story.
Like, look how easy DSP confused you with stories. He doesn't really like specify the tax situation very well.
I used to have an old guy who fucked everything up. This person I have now has fixed everything. Okay?
Okay.
I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. This guy is great, and I want people to understand that. Okay? But basically, okay, I have a few ongoing things. When you don't have credit anymore, okay, but you still owe. Some things can get erased. Some things can't. All right, by a bankruptcy or whatever. And I'm in a situation where I have ongoing costs
turn on my
that
cam,
I'm
dude.
on payment plans for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not credit card. I can't get a credit card. I have no credit. My credit sucks because I have bankruptcy.
There you go.
No, I have payment plans. So for example, I incur a legal cost of several $1,000s. Okay, Phil, you don't have to pay that today. You could pay it slowly over time. Here's your payment plan. All right? With the IRS, I owe them back taxes. Phil, we understand. As long as you're in repayment status, you're paying this amount every month. This is, you know what I mean? So that's where my money goes. I'm embroiled in all these ongoing
Okay,
things
but what about your business?
No one needs to know about.
Your
Medical
business
stuff, legal
expenses.
stuff that
Like,
I'm going through.
how do we not? How do we not know? Not supposed to know his business expense. We see his business every day. Like, look, okay, let's see what he's doing. He has to be talking today, right?
If you call me Dave, like I said, it's my dad's name, and I like that name. It's probably a better name than Phil.
Oh my god, this man, he looks weird in this stream, but oh man, he's now saying it's okay to call him Dave. Today it's okay to call him Dave. Tomorrow it might not be okay, but yeah. So how much was the lamp? How much was this? How much was that? You know, how much was the water bottle? What's the business expense? Like, did he pay for the light? Did he pay for the person who made this? Like, this is the stuff that people are asking about. Not, oh, what's in your bedroom?
And he does not have any kind of electronic or mobile device.
What?
Yet somehow he sent me an $8 tip. That's pretty impressive. I don't know how he pulled that one off. But nonetheless, thank you, Jasper, for the
thank you,
tip.
Jasper.
I really appreciate that. Although it is counterproductive considering Jasper doesn't have a job, so he's probably sending me my own money.
Yeah.
Probably, right?
How do you know
Here's the
that?
thing.
What if he has a job?
That's an $8 tip. That means a magic 8-ball tip, but he didn't ask a question. But anyway, I mean, we still have to do the 8-ball, even though no question was answered or
What?
was asked. Excuse me. We still have to get an answer. So let's see what the 8-ball.
Oh my
has to say
god.
when there's
This
absolutely no
dude
question.
and his insistent on like, oh yeah, I got a thing in my hand, play like just toss it in the air like maybe I can catch it, man.
Question.
What's the question? Why doesn't he ask a question?
Meow, meow, meow. Well, there you go.
Oh
Hopefully
my
Jasper
god.
understands the answer. Good.
Uh
PS3 Tube says it must have been a scheduled payment. Yes, definitely.
Okay, no, enough of that. Did he upload that short he said he was gonna upload? No. He said he had a short of Jasper attacking him and he still has not uploaded it. It must be a very big file. So it's probably stuck in processing.
And tax stuff. And where does your money go? And then just think about this. I'm streaming 6 days a week full time. I'm stressed some days, you know? And then I got to come on my stream and hear you blew all your money on mobile games. My wife and me are feeling so much stress. I'm stressed some days, you know? And then I got to come on my stream and hear you blew all your money on mobile games. My wife.
This is definitely going to get people to stop saying that, right?
And me are feeling so much stress.
So much stress, man.
And, you know.
Cat was sitting there. DSP comes down to hang out, to watch another YouTuber on their big TV playing Resident Evil 4 remake, and he's like, Hattie, the troll's still telling me that I'm paid money to WWE Champions, and it's bullshit. And he's like sitting there like, yeah, Phil, how can we go on?
We didn't go on a honeymoon when we got married. We haven't been on a trip since 2019.
You went to Connecticut, man. It's not good enough.
I get it.
Being in Connecticut isn't good enough. Thanks, Mom and Dad.
We understand, which is why.
I mean, it's Connecticut,
though.
So,
Therapy. We've talked about all these things. We understand, right? We've talked about all these things. But you still haven't answered the question. I'm going to ask you this really directly, okay? On a month-to-month basis, how much money are you spending on WWE mobile games and or any other mobile games on a month-to-month basis?
And now this is the question. How much are you spending on mobile games month to month? Like dude, he went from an easier question to like this. He could have just answered the business expense like, "Oh yeah, I have Game Pass for my business, so that's like, $15 a month. I buy some games like, this month I bought this and this and this. That probably totaled up to about this. So yeah, the 5,000 in 2019, like that must have been like, excuse me, man. Could have been that.
Are you spending on iTunes or any sort of mobile device?
Okay.
Just a straight dollar amount. Whatever it is, it's okay.
Okay. Do you want? Okay. This month. I have spent probably $10 to $15. That is an honest answer. And by the way, it wasn't on WWE Champions.
Not WWE Champions.
Just curious.
Well, here we go. Because if I tell you, they're just gonna blow it up. They're gonna.
No, okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Then. Don't worry about it. If
they
you
already said it's a new game. It's a Street Fighter game.
Ah, okay. The new Street Fighter one. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that. He's like, oh yeah, it's a new mobile game. What did DSP say?
They're just gonna blow it up.
They're gonna blow it up if I tell you. And then says, like, what a sentence. What a sentence. The trolls are gonna blow it up if I tell you. They know already. What?
Redonkulous.
Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it then. Don't worry about it. If
they
you say
already said it's a new game. It's a Street Fighter game.
Ah, okay, the new Street Fighter one. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it good?
It's all right. It's one of those you build a team of fighters. They fight against each other. It's not. You don't even actively play.
It's like RPG.
That sounds
bad. Yes.
Okay.
And that was just for experimental purposes. I'm not playing it a lot. I'm playing every once in a while. I spend I'll spend $1 and get a bunch of stuff. So I spend a couple similar. Yes.
Okay.
And that was just for experimental purposes. I'm not playing it a lot. I'm playing every once in a while. I spend I'll spend $1.
I spent a dollar. Now, he's playing it experimentally, and he's dumping money into it? Dude, I played the Skullgirls mobile game as an experiment, and I put $0 in it. I must be doing experiments wrong. I'm a fucking idiot. I should be pouring money into Skullgirls, obviously.
And get a bunch of stuff, So I spent a couple dollars here or there, and of course, I will get destroyed for saying that I spent $15 on it. I will. I'm going to get destroyed for it.
So, let me kind of move this along. We've been going for a long time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
again,
no, he's experimenting, like if he likes the game or how the game is. So it's like kind of he just want to sound super smart when he's pretty much saying, I just want to try it out. I want to try Street Fighter Duel, see how it is. That's all it was. But it's DSP.
Your time, appreciate it. We're approaching 4 hours. I got a few things that I want to make sure we hit on before we go.
Sure.
Before we can move forward. So, number one, Keem is here, and Keem has said that he will be respectful. And he would love to talk. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to bury whatever hatchet or whatever it is you guys have and mend a fence. I think this is a tremendous opportunity. Are you open to that?
You can't block.
I'm not doing business with this man under any circumstances.
Yeah, you established that. That's fine. That's not what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm not trying to broker a business deal or anything like that. But are you open to talking with him now?
I'm curious what he even wants to talk about. I'm not being on his stuff.
What does he want to talk about? But I don't want to talk to him. But what does he want to talk about? Maybe talk to him.
I refuse. So.
Well, let's. Okay, I'm gonna bring him on.
Wait. So you're okay with him coming on to talk?
as long as he's not going to sit here and insult me or do, you guys have already asked me so many questions. I don't want him interrogating me too. It's your show, not his.
That's not. Right. I mean, Keem.
And here we go.
He's watching, obviously.
Oh
so
my god, dude! See what I mean? This is
interviewers.
It gets worse and worse. And DSP like walks into it, and he blames them and all this other stuff. He blames everyone around him, but like he could have just said no. Like, look, I don't want to like talk about like Keem. I don't want to talk to him. I'm not interested. So like, is there anything else before we go, like, or whatever? But no, let's bring Keem on. Bring him on.
Yeah, he agrees. So look, we're gonna bring him on, and like I said, I think this is not a tremendous opportunity for friction. This is an opportunity to build a bridge.
Are you in a state of fear?
Keemstar, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. And Phil, thank you for letting me on to talk to you directly. I do mean what I said here in the chat, that I will be respectful. I'm not here to interrogate you, but I desperately want to represent my point of view in this situation between me and you. Because what I've heard listening to this podcast or this interview or whatever you want to call it, is you describing problems that you have in your life, paying bills, being harassed by, your detractors or whatever. And I actively went out of my way to solve major problems in your life. And me and you are not friends. In fact, before I
guess he's talking about the money. The money is the solution. Because I was gonna say, what did Keemstar do? What did he do for Phil other than like offer him money? But that's what he did. That's his solution. Which yeah. Now, well, we'll get to it when we get to
this business opportunity for you. Me and you were fighting back and forth. It started with you on your podcast out of nowhere, reacting to me retiring when I turned 40, and you said, well, that guy's evil, and all these horrible stuff and blood money, whatever you said about me, because you don't like my show Drama Alert. And many of your detractors picked up on right away that the reason why you don't like my show and you don't support me is because we covered the fapping situation.
I mean, that's probably some of the case, but the other thing though that people were probably basing DSP's hatred for Keem is just DSP goes off of like general consensus kind of shit, because like not everyone loves Keem. There's people who like Keem and all this stuff, but there's people that are just like, yeah, fuck this guy, whatever. And DSP just hides among that crowd because when it's something that's easily hated, he'll just stick with that because he won't be able to. He won't need to face scrutiny for why he doesn't like someone or whatever. So it's like, yeah, I don't need to watch Keem since everyone else doesn't like him. I can say without a thought.
In 2016.
That's completely untrue. Dude, you covered it fairly.
Go ahead, respond, Phil.
You covered it fairly. You didn't even really harp on it. One of your guys contacted me behind the scenes, said, do you have anything else to add? Do you want to be on the show? I was like, no. You covered it fairly. I don't think you...
Now he lied because he said he wanted to be on it. He made a tweet saying, let me be on the show. Wait, oh God. That's funny. That's funny. I just remembered that. He's mad at Keem for making a tweet saying, Phil, come on my show. Phil, talk to me. Blah, blah, blah. DSP hated that. But DSP literally tweeted, Keem, I can go on your show, man. I'm free whenever. Funny how that worked.
We're unfair at all. That's not the case.
But he was probably young. He was too young, man.
Unfair either,
No, not at all. Who told you that? That's bullshit. That's the detractors making shit up.
Oh man, look at this, and then you know what if like that's what DSP believed truly, and then he saw this opportunity as a way to like slander the trolls. You see, the trolls, they lied. See, they lied to you, Keem. See, I'm right.
Everybody jumped to that conclusion why you had such a hateful response to me retiring was because of that. Because we have no previous history, Phil.
Hey, Ray, what's up?
I've never talked to you.
DJ Filthy,
the only
Rich
interactions
is here.
I've
Cruz,
ever
the gang's
had
all
with
here.
you is just covering this one story about you.
Mm-hmm.
And just this is a great example of why I wanted to bring you on, because there's clearly a miscommunication somewhere along the lines.
Oh, excuse
right?
me. Sorry.
Clearly.
Sorry.
So, you know,
I didn't expect.
Phil
I
thought
didn't expect
Keemstar
it.
this. Keemstar thought
You
Phil
want me
did
to
this.
mute the mic when I
Right.
burp? I
So,
can't control that.
We're in a better place,
Man.
which is great.
So to move on from that, you know,
I had to be on another person's interview to
I
do
see
that.
a clip,
Okay.
and it's
Sound
on
good?
Phil's stream. He's reacting to my retirement, and he's saying I'm this horrible, evil person, da 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 da, and he doesn't support me. And I responded.
Hold on, Keem, is that true, Phil?
I don't
Like-
know. I'm sure I've criticized him.
Evil person.
what?
Da, da. So to move on from that, you know, I see a clip and it's on Phil's stream. He's reacting to my retirement and he's saying I'm this horrible, evil person, da 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 da, and he doesn't support me. And I responded.
Hold on, Keem, is that true, Phil?
I don't
Like-
know.
I
I'm
don't
sure I've
know.
criticized him.
I don't know. You don't know if you criticize Keem? Like, come on, man. At least stand by your fucking
What he's
words.
talking about, yeah.
Okay, continue.
I don't know exactly what was said. I'm going off of memory, but it was something along
Whatever.
those lines. The clip gets sent to me by multiple people. So I respond to Phil because the only thing I know about Phil is him being a lol cow, right? Him on stream begging for money to pay rent and stuff like that. That's all I know about him. So I responded to him on Twitter, which I thought was pretty clever. In gaming terms, and I explained to him that like we are roughly the same age. We've been doing YouTube for like 15 years each. We started at the same time, and I'm retiring now, and I don't ever have to work again. So I have completed this video game of YouTube, and I said to Phil, "You're still on level 1. All right." You're still on level 1 and you're restarting, you know, level 1 over and over again like a video game.
He has to look at the data. He has to make sure. He has to make sure he's ready. He's ready to leave.
People on stream to pay your bills and whatnot. And I thought that was a good response, right? Even though I am talking trash and, you know, we got a little drama going on for Twitter and whatnot, you know, I thought that I was actually giving you good advice. And, you know,
yeah, I was gonna say that
is that advice or is that more?
But what was the advice though? He's pretty much saying like to start over or whatever. Like he's like, "Oh, you're on level 1, man. You're on mission 1." Whatever.
Like,
I don't remember the clip
that
to be
felt like
honest.
a
Because
a
obviously
back-
got overshadowed by him just saying, "You're on mission 1."
and it's smack
Right.
with, you know, internet Twitter battles, you know.
100%, 100%. But it's also advice, right? My point in those Twitter
Eh.
videos was that Phil needs to do something different.
What?
You know, imagine
What?
you're playing
What
a
the
video
fuck?
game. You're on level 1. Also advice.
This lab,
right?
look at what he
My
does.
point in those Twitter videos was that Phil
What's so funny? What's so funny?
needs to do something different. You know, imagine you're playing a video game. You're on level 1 and you try the same technique over and over again. All right, and you're dying, and you have
Oh yeah, it was like he needs to do something different. That's what it was. That's right. He's pretty much saying like do something else, and DSP got really mad about that, which is kind of funny because like it's kind of an ambiguous like do something different, do something else, and he took it negatively.
to restart the level over. Like you're never gonna beat level 1, and that's the situation that Phil has been in.
Right. And Phil, what are your thoughts on that? Do you feel like there's any truth to that, or do you feel like that Keemstar is out of his way to kind of make you look a fool?
Let me guess. He's gonna answer with a question.
Well, first of all, you know, the best way to give life advice is to, you know, say it in an insulting way, for sure. I mean,
Never mind. It was just him being snarky. Oh yeah, it always works to be insulting. DSP has given advice to people in insulting ways in the past as well. But whatever. Okay. But even then, it's like not even that bad of an insult. Like if Keem just made a video saying, "You're a fucking dumbass bitch, DSP. Listen to me, you fucking idiot." Okay, step 1, like throw the camera down the stairs. You're not doing that anymore. You're gonna like get a job, dumbass. Like, okay, yeah, that's kind of mean, dude. But instead he was like, "You're on mission 1. Do something else. Do something more." Okay.
That's makes everyone very receptive to it, correct? You know,
Right.
make sure
Well,
they do a nice
fair point,
backhanded
but-
slap it.
Let him-
Someone. Best way to give life advice is to, you know,
And it's also like it's a Twitter video. It's obviously done like in jest. Like Whatever.
Say
Okay.
it in an insulting way, for sure. I mean, that's makes everyone very receptive to it. Correct? You know.
Right.
I'm
Well,
sure
Correct.
fair
Correct.
point, but
slap at
Let him
someone
finish, Game.
on Twitter. Is there some truth to it? Yes. Okay. But
Yes.
here's the thing: if you have a criticism of me, then criticize me fairly in a way where maybe I have a chance to have a conversation.
This is dumb. This is so fucking stupid. If you're gonna criticize me, make sure that I can respond to it. Keem posted a video on Twitter, as DSP says it. Twitter. Why doesn't DSP, I don't know, go on Twitter as well and then, reply to his tweet that he made, Like, you could respond to tweets. I know. I mean, some people may, but then again, that he would have to reply to Keem, and then also unblock him too. He would have to do two of those things, and that's pretty scary. It is scary to make tweets. I will say, there's some tweets I type up and I'm like, shit, I don't know if I want to send that, and I just back out because it's scary, man.
Instead, you just go to your platform and you say something nasty about me on there. I'm a tiny little guy, okay? When I say something on my stream, who hears it?
Oh my god! And then we have this. I'm a little guy, Keem. I'm a baby, and you're like being mean to me. You're like a big kid, and I'm a baby, and I'm so like when I say something, who cares? But DSP, like if you say something about someone, at least one person will care about it. The person you're talking about, like that's like a guaranteed person that will care. Probably. And he also knows he has all these trolls that like clip what he says, send his clips around, and all this stuff. Like he did all of this stuff, knowing all of this. Like this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous excuse. Like DSP's acting as if he's like my level. Like, yeah, if I had said something like negative about Keem and then Keem like started attacking me, yeah, Loki, that would be kind of fucked up in comparison because like he's literally a bigger dude than I am and more successful than me. So like, yeah, it would be kind of like a bigger guy squashing an ant. DSP isn't an ant. He has like triple digit members. He has a couple of triple digit viewers, etc. All this stuff like. DSP is not necessarily a baby compared to like other people on the platform, and he hides behind that. I'm a little guy, Keem. You can't attack me. There are factually smaller people on the site than you, DSP. Like you can't say you're in that same league. You're like, come on. You're just more pathetic though. You are a lolcow, so he's at least 5 ants.
Yes, my detractors then echo it. Extrapolate it all over the internet. Boom, it's amplified, correct?
Oh, extrapolate, dude.
I'm the little guy. You are a big guy, Keem. You're huge. You have a giant...
So Disney's pretty much telling Keem, why do you care what I say? I should be able to say whatever I want about you, and like, and you shouldn't care because I'm a baby and you're a big boy, so you don't have to worry about me, man. Like that's kind of not a justification. Like it's just needless. It's needless.
Can't reach on the internet. Do you not understand that the stuff that you say and do has repercussions for everyone around you? You seem to be someone that you're not self-aware. You don't understand.
DSP wants a Howard moment. He's trying to work really hard to get to it. He really wants to have that. You don't care about anyone but yourself. I want that clip. Actually, you know what? We're doing it. I'm gonna find that Howard clip. DSP Howard, you only care about yourself. Damn it! I need to I'll have to search this fucking clip. I'll do it later.
Understand that when you say something like that, now I have to live with that shit. For months on end, I get, you're on level 1. Phil, level 1. You're not self-aware. You don't understand that when you say something like that, now I have to live with that shit. For months on end, I get, you're on level 1.
He literally named his podcast Level 1. Like, that's the first thing you see. Like, all right, I'm a DSP fan. I want to go to a DSP stream, man. I love DSP. He's a cool guy. And what do I see?
Or maybe even May, and then go see
The Level 1 podcast. And he's like, the trolls? They like, people just keep showing up and say, you're level 1, But you named your podcast this. Isn't this negative?
when it's later on, there's no one there, and then we can enjoy it for ourselves. Then I'll probably review it for DSP.
Oh,
so
holy shit! He's talking about the Mario movie. This is funny. I love that he wants to watch the Mario movie like in May when it's like irrelevant, which is whatever. I mean, I can review. I want to review or discuss. You know, My Hero Academia. That's like, you know, irrelevant in a way to me to talk about it. But you know, it is what it is, man. But he wants to do the Mario movie and watch it in May. That's like a whole month away from when the movie is in theaters. And it's funny to me because it's like he doesn't want to go to the movie theater because he doesn't want to be around kids. He's afraid of being seen around kids. It's like Tobias. Dude, this dude's life is Tobias. You know, like in season 4 when Tobias gets like registered as a sex offender, so he can't be around kids, so he has to live in Sudden Valley. Man. Again, like season 4 has its moments. It has its moments where it's like it's really good. It's not the best season of Arrested Development, but it's like it's very endearing. It's a very charming season. It's like it has its moments.
Phil, level 1. Yo, you've been for 15 years. You're just on level 1. Do you think I need that?
But the thing is, the other thing. People have been kind of saying that to him before Keem said it. Like that's what get a job is. Like that's literally what it is. Now we have a funny name for it. Like you're on mission 1 is a sillier way of saying get a job. That's all it is. And he's like, hey, this is new.
I already have enough shit in my life going on. So much stuff. I don't need Mr. Big Time punching down on me, which is what you do. That's why people don't like you, man.
I didn't
how
see
do you
it.
not understand that?
I didn't see it that way. I saw a clip of you talking all kinds of shit on me, like unprovoked, and I just responded, talking shit back, but also giving you advice. That's the way I saw it.
Yeah, like, dude, if you can't handle it, then don't dish it out, man.
Anyhow, after that,
like, look how much of a child DSP is. He says shit. He gets heat for it. Then says, "Well, I'm a little guy. Why do you care?" Like this is like. Do you think that's gonna fly at the playground, Phil? If a kid said, well, you know, like, he's a bigger kid than I am, so why am I getting in trouble for pushing him? Yeah, I pushed him first, but he, like, punched me, okay? So, like, you know, I should be fine. He should be in trouble. It's like, no, dude, you both look like clowns. No! No, stupid!
Incident took place. Months went by. And this bothered me because I saw the solution the entire time that Phil needed to do something different. All right. I am a person that recognizes entertainment. I really, really get it. You got to understand, Phil, you have haters, you have detractors. So do I. But I have more. I have more than Wings of Redemption, DSP, and Boogie combined. I have way more haters, but I'm still successful. And I still have new business opportunities and I'm still making money. I was supposed to retire a year ago and I'm still doing new stuff and being successful in this platform because I understand this business very, very well. And even though you have that hate, you know, they are viewers. They are your customers. The detractors are your customers. The haters are your customers. And they're more loyal than the people that give you money, that donate on your stream. The people that hate you are way more
you're talking
loyal.
about. That's like you can't pay for that shit.
Might be cool like them.
I mean, look at how many people are here. 2,500 people are here. It's just it's you have a legitimate fan base. Those haters, those people that don't like you, are your fans, and I wanted to solve this issue for not just you, but Wings and Boogie. I looked at all of you guys. You're lolcows, right? You have more haters than like supporters, right? But really, they're all fans. They are all fans. They're all
They're already,
obsessed with you and
they're
watching
already
your
at 6 for
content
DSP.
nonstop.
That, you know what? That's the, it's a mistake that DSP wants $100 to put on a hat. You know what I mean? He should have been wearing hats for free, man.
The solution really is to get the three of you to do a podcast. All right. Those haters are going to watch. They're going to absolutely love that these three guys have come together to make content.
They come together.
Now, between the three of you,
Phrasing,
you guys
dude.
don't have the business sense to like really figure this out and make this thing actually happen. But I do. All right. And you guys don't even understand how valuable you are as individuals, as entertainers, because you look at the numbers and you're looking at everything and like, oh, well, I've fallen off. And, you know, that's the mindset that you have, right? But I have a different mindset for each and one of you, that you guys are amazing entertainers, but just not in the way that you want to be, right? You're lolcows, but there's so much value there.
This
Each
is
one of you that you guys.
This pitch is kind of funny. It's kind of a funny pitch. You guys like are entertainers, but not in the way that you want. We can monetize that. It's kind of a wild pitch.
Are amazing entertainers, but just not in the way that you want to be, right? You're lolcows, but there's so much value there.
It's wild in the sense that he's pretty much telling them, do this show so we can all laugh at you three. And it's just weird. He could have just said, like, you know, you guys are seen in a lolcow way, but like, I want to do a show that you guys can like just, you know, flip it on its head. You do a podcast and you hang out, and you become friends, and you do all this cool stuff. It just kind of sounds like it sounds weird, you know what I mean?
There, by putting the three of you together, and you know, each one of you would own 25% of this podcast. All right, we never got to have this conversation.
He has no
so
point in the
I
sense
do
of
wanna have
money,
it now,
though.
even though I know you're not going to do it. All right, I would also own 25%. I would do the business aspect of it. I've had many success selling podcasts to exclusive.
I almost thought he said selling pot. I have experience selling pot, Phil. Think about that.
With Spotify and other companies, multi-million-dollar deals. All right, I wanted to put the three of you together for this show. I would do the business side of the things, and I knew that all three of you would be in a situation where you didn't really trust me, or you're like, I don't know if this is going to work, and you'd have a lot of doubts. So I was just going to take
like,
my
it feels
own
like that.
money
My hair is like getting
and
pulled up.
take $150,000, give you each, just to start off before we even filmed an episode, 50 grand up front to let you know that I was serious and I believe in this concept and this idea. Now, I call Boogie first. I instantly get on the phone with Boogie.
Oh, what's he doing?
All right.
Oh,
he loves the
idea. He did it again. He was able to mute himself, clearing his throat. But his viewers, they get the full hog.
He understands it. He gets it. He reaches out to Wings. Wings is down. And now it's time to talk to DSP. Boogie, the way I understand it, called you, contacted you, and told you what was going on, right?
He DM'd me on Twitter, and we had a brief conversation back and forth in DMs.
And he told you that I wanted to do a podcast with the three of you, right?
Yes, I had no idea that's what you were trying to contact me about, because we never talked. But he said that there was this idea for a podcast, correct?
So you did know.
So Boogie told you, or
Boogie told me that it was gonna be a podcast, but I didn't know that's what you wanted to do, man. But you told me that it was gonna be a podcast.
or
Okay.
didn't tell you?
Boogie told me that he and Wings had spoken to Keem, and that Keem wanted to do a podcast with all three of us. No money or anything was discussed. He just said, you know, he wants to do a podcast with all three of us. I didn't know that's what Keem was trying to reach out to me. I said maybe that's what it was. I didn't know because I never spoke with him.
Phil, hearing this and hearing the business opportunity that was laid, I don't even know if it's still there or not, but what are your thoughts right now, given what Keem has said to you?
No.
Thoughts? Like
thoughts?
Yeah,
what are
just
you feeling?
as
How you
he's,
feeling?
as he,
Thoughts? What do you mean by thoughts? Do you mean like things that happen inside my head? Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about like when you know, when I want to eat some food? What are you talking about?
as he's laid this out, like lay out your feelings based on what Keemstar has laid out for you.
I have I have absolutely no problem doing anything with Boogie or Wings. In fact, you know, I had the conversation with Boogie back and forth a little bit more later in the year. Would he be interested in maybe doing a podcast with me or me behind his show or whatever, you know, whatever it may be. These guys, you know, I did a react about Wings last year about his documentary. You know, that me doing a collab with them, just doing a fun podcast is not out of the question for the future.
But your issue is with Keemstar and his business principles.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So
Correct.
understand. So even if there's an opportunity for you to remove yourself from quote unquote level 1 and potentially have an opportunity further down the line to potentially sell the podcast to something and put 50 grand in your pocket initially, that's a 100% no-go for you.
Oh man.
On the line to potentially sell the podcast to something and put 50 grand in your
Hell
pocket
yeah.
initially, that's a 100% no-go for you.
Oh man. See, I didn't know you put me on a spot.
Podcast to something and put 50 grand in your pocket initially, that's a 100% no-go for you.
Oh man. See,
Oh man. I want to hear that again.
So
What was the question?
understand. So even if there's an opportunity for you to remove yourself from quote unquote level 1 and potentially have an opportunity further down the line to potentially sell the podcast to something and put 50 grand in your pocket initially, that's a 100% no-go for you.
Oh man. See, I didn't know you put me on a spot. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what we
Because
do. That's an interview. Man.
This is a discussion that cannot be just made by me.
But literally, just remember, he said if he did this deal, it would have helped him. He said earlier in this interview that, oh, if I did this interview, it was gonna help me out, and now he's saying like he doesn't want to do it. Okay.
It has to be made by my wife. You know, we have to talk about it because this was.
Why does the wife matter? It's your business. You're the star. Kat, do you want me to make more money? Is that a good idea? Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, he's acting as if like Keem was like telling him was trying to pimp him out or some shit. It's like, no, man.
We had that. You know, sorry, Keem. Can I criticize you fairly if I'm reasonable and don't, you know, not under the belt? Can I be honest about you?
Sure.
Bruh.
You know, sorry, Keem. Can I criticize
Sorry, Keem.
you fairly if I'm reasonable and don't, you know, not under the belt? Can I be honest about you?
Sure. You can say whatever you want about me.
Sure.
But I just
Sure,
represent
correct.
how I feel about the situation. I'm not done, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Keem, you are someone who, when you look at your history on the internet, it's very interesting.
Now this is wild. I don't know if it's this part, or a little bit later. But he brings up a situation that Keem was in, and it's wild in the sense that he tries to go through this allegation situation. It was like the pedo shit, but he doesn't know enough, so it makes him look really fucking stupid.
And I'm actually, I'm impressed with what you've done.
Oh, not
You
yet.
know what I'm saying?
This later.
I watched a documentary about you last year. You started off trolling people in Halo. I mean, holy shit. And I'm actually, I'm impressed with what you've done.
Impressed.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I watched a documentary about you last year. You started off trolling people in Halo. I mean, holy shit. And you turned that into an empire of money on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's so admirable. And if anything, one of the things you
I feel if you go to his his react to Keemstar, I don't think he called it admirable when it happened. He was like, "See this guy." You know what? Let's see how fast I could find it. Wait, no. I think I could just do this.
Hello, everyone out there on the internet. Welcome. I'm Darkside Phil.
Holy shit.
And I welcome you here. And away we go.
Keemstar, formerly known as DJ Keemstar, as the name suggests, has been
DJ Keemstar. All right. You know, I don't know. People are saying the volume's a little low. Okay, I'll make the volume louder. I don't know. Again, I don't know his history. So maybe we're going to find this out or not.
Trolling, okay.
I just love this. It's like, so I'm making good money. I'm going to have a baby. This is amazing. What a life-changing thing, man. let's jump on Halo and start trolling people saying disgusting things. That's the first thing that comes to mind. I'm going to be a new dad. Let's get to trolling on Halo, right? Like, oh, I guess there's some people that's what happens. Like, it doesn't matter. And I actually was talking.
This is him saying this is admirable, by the way.
About this recently. Okay.
This is very
basically,
admirable.
The act of reproducing is not a big deal. The thing that should be actually, in my opinion, what should be respected is people who not just have
I'm at a loss for words
here.
here.
Raise that child to be a respectable and responsible human being and a part of productive society. Those are the parents that need to be applauded, respected, and thanked. Because we have a lot of parents.
Okay.
If you have a child doesn't mean anything. Here, that someone like him, you know, oh, you were having a baby. Great, let's go on fucking Halo and be a scumbag to people.
Ultimate scumbag. But this is him saying it's admirable. This is where he began.
Not shocking to me whatsoever. Okay.
Well, that's the way it seemed at first.
Okay.
The following day, Keemstar began receiving messages through Xbox Live.
Do you honestly think you're fucking funny?
His confusion on the matter only grew when the amount of these random messages.
Oh hell yeah! Finally, I'm a serial enjoyer like
Keemstar
myself.
decided to investigate the source of these messages,
Welcome,
and about
fellow
a week
Chad.
since that initial match, he found that someone in his lobby recorded the match and Keemstar smack talk along with it.
I feel like I'm a fucking gorilla with a fucking baseball bat fighting a retard.
With the video garnering over 20,000 views, it sent Keemstar into somewhat of a panic. Enough so that he.
All right, let's go back to this because we're not here to watch that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely need to be praised for is your determination. You were shut down time after time. False copyright strikes, real takedown requests, all kinds of shit. People wanted you off the net, right?
Yeah, this your got grace, got elegance,
you never gave up.
and style.
Phil, it sounds familiar, dude.
Yeah.
I guess.
It literally sounds like you.
I don't really.
True. We just.
Like
He fucking tells us, oh, I was banned, I was this, I was that, and I keep going. He's like, yeah, man, that's just like him. The way you described it. Oh, I didn't think about that.
We just heard your story, and it is.
Whoops.
Craig's absolutely right.
Okay. Now, at the end of the day, all right, when you look at what Keem has done and what I have done, I'll probably be forgotten. I'll just be a fart in the wind, right? I got 100,000.
Oh my god! Now he doesn't want to be a petty party.
On the internet, no one's gonna remember Darkseid Phil besides the guy who jerked off on stream, and you know probably this WWE Champions thing will go away eventually, just like everything else. Who cares? But Keem, you know, has a big body of work. He's known. But when you look at how Keem made his money, okay, again, I'm going off documentaries and things I've seen. I mean, Keem, you
look at how he made his money. Look how he made it.
That there were a lot of things that you've done that you probably have no issue with whatsoever. You always feel from your perspective, because there's always two perspectives on everything, right?
Holy shit, Phil! I gotta say, this is fucking rich coming from you right now, though.
Yeah,
you're getting your information from the detractors that Keem has, and that's where you're basing this on.
Like this is kind of funny because this is like the most softest of low balls you could just hit out of the park with DSP, because DSP has done this to everyone. There's probably better examples you could kind of use to prove this hypocrisy, because the thing is, like, a lot of people just don't like him because of his own videos and the stuff that he has like done online and all this stuff. There's all these people that say this about Keem, but DSP just watches like June the King and then bases his opinion on that and stuff like that without really verifying his own personal opinion on Keem. So this is a very easy like hypocrisy point you could just hit on DSP for, because he does this with everyone, every single person.
When this whole episode you have been talking about how much shit your detractors have made other people think about you. Like, do you hear yourself right now?
Indeed, I do. That's the nature of the beast. That's how YouTube works, man. That's how all this works, right?
Fuck, man.
You're right. So, from what I've heard and seen about Keem, you know, I call them a misery broker. All right, Keem, on a day when you have a good day, it's because someone else is having a bad day. Someone else has drama going on. Someone else has horrible things happening in their life. It's your good day, man. It's time for you to blow that up. on a day when you have a good day, it's because someone else is having a bad day.
Oh man.
Someone else has drama going on. Someone else.
This is coming from the dude who's doing a react the king or react on what's it called? That June the King Wings documentary. He's doing a react on that. And he also reacted to Pro Jared, but you know.
Someone else has horrible things happening in their life.
Different.
It's your good day, man. It's time for you to blow that up, and then you interject like a shoe wedge. Get into that life. Get into that drama.
DSP shoehorns himself everywhere. Everywhere. Come on.
Right? You got to be a part of it. And now get them on your show so that you can pull this out to be not just a one-time thing, but now it's going to be pulled on for weeks and weeks. If there's something,
Phil, do you know the internet at all? Do you know the internet at all?
Do you know the internet?
See who's successful on the internet? I mean,
yes.
I would probably be more successful if I talk shit on people, but like I don't, and you know, I do what I can because that's just where I'm at, you know. So it's like you can't be upset.
Like, you know what the other thing is? Like, DSP says how Keem interjects himself into everything. DSP interjected himself in the Keem and Ethan Klein drama that happened like what 2 years ago. He interjected himself in that. He interjected himself in the Pro Jared situation. But no, man, Keem. He's the interjector here. Unlike Phil, Phil's an innocent boy, man. Pro Jared made a mean tweet to DSP, so it was natural for him to interject himself in the Pro Jared situation. Obviously, just don't think about it.
When people use the algorithms for their advantage, which
Here's the
Keem
thing.
seems to have figured out.
Wait a sec.
Because that's just where I'm at, you know. So it's like you can't be upset when people use the algorithms for their advantage.
It's kind of funny, Adam saying this to Phil, when DSP has literally used YouTube to like scam money out of YouTube. He spammed videos on YouTube, so people would just watch all these videos that would just total him a lot of money. He tells them to click on the ads. He did all this stuff on YouTube to scam the system. And they're like, yeah, DSP, you need to understand how the system works. He was gaming the system before other people were gaming it. He's the OG gamer of the system of YouTube until YouTube made it harder for him.
Which
Here's the
Keem
thing.
seems to have figured out.
You're right. And at one point I was a really stupid, jealous guy. Man, I feel like I'm putting out content that's not harmful to anyone. I'm just doing gameplay. I'm dicking around on the internet here with my viewers. And this guy gets over and he's doing this drama content. People are saying it's hurtful. You know, you're right.
People...
At the same time, everyone has what's called a moral compass, correct?
Correct.
And, you know, I've been talking about this on my streams recently. I was raised a Roman Catholic. All right.
Oh,
I'm
here,
not
I'm
religious
listening to
anymore,
stream?
by the way. So this
Whoa.
is not like an excuse, but I grew up with certain morals, all right, and values. And to me, if the only way that I can get over on the internet,
This is really lame to sit through. In a way, not what's actually going on, but hearing him like, well, I have a moral compass and like I was raised a certain way. Like, okay, cool.
and get or just get over in life is by stepping on other people. I'm not going to step on those people. I would rather be. The
I don't
guy
think
over
that's what
here on
I
the
don't think that's
periphery.
what Keem's doing.
He stepped on people in the Street Fighter community.
You know, I see, yeah, D-Day Cobra. Shout out to him. I saw him in chat earlier. You know, and tweeted us out. Thank you.
What was that Forbidden Math?
Hold up.
Hold up.
When he's making videos. You know,
Oh, shouts out Forbidden Math, man. What's up, man? He was in
D-Day
the
Cobra.
the
Shout
interview
out to him. I
stream.
saw him in chat earlier. You know, and tweeted us out. Thank you, buddy. He talks shit on anyone. Like he freaking, you know, he monetized the haters better than anyone I know.
Right.
And
Well,
I've talked to him personally off air, and he's a fucking great guy, and like has a good moral compass to me. I don't think talking shit about people on the internet somehow changes who you are, right? As your moral compass. I mean, you said moral compass, and it's like, come on, dude. Like,
can I ask Phil a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Phil, listen. All right.
Listen.
If me running Dramaler is like taking advantage of people's misery, right? Because the way I understand it, for how you're explaining it, is like a YouTuber will get canceled, and then I cover the story on my platform, or you know, you had the fappening, right? And I covered the story on my
Fappening.
platform, that I'm making money off of other people's downfalls, right? That's the way you see it.
Yes.
Well, there's people on YouTube that run documentaries on important things that happen on the internet. They're also in the same situation, correct?
What do you mean by that?
They're
What kind of
making money.
documentaries?
What do you mean by documentaries?
They're making money on a newsworthy story on the
So
internet.
like factual reporting of things that are happening, like a news network. Like, what do you mean?
Like, oh
Of
my
course.
god. What do you mean by documentaries? Are you talking like news network? This dude literally talked about documentaries on Keem like a minute ago. Now he wants a definition of documentaries? Where's baby mode? There we go.
And then I inject my opinion on these stories as well. But there are YouTubers, right? They're commentators, and then there's commentators that do like documentary style stuff that cover drama on the internet. You're saying that every single one of them is accepting blood money because they're voicing their opinions on what's going on.
Well, simply voicing your opinion is one thing, Keem, but let's take a look at your history here. There's been documented.
They're voicing their opinions on what's going on.
Well, simply voicing your opinion is one thing, Keem, but let's take a look at your history here. There's been documented cases where you've actually staged stuff.
Look at this. He's bringing up documented situations, and like this is the thing, right? If you're gonna bring up documented situations, it would probably help your case if you like have more information to kind of build it. Like if you could point to like what you're talking about, when it happened, who reported it, that kind of thing. If you could do that, that's like better than just being like, yeah, the thing that happened at the time, at the place over there, that thing that happened, that was really bad, that happened. Like that's not gonna help your case.
Extrapolated drama in situations where it didn't really exist. There's evidence of this. People have admitted
Explain
to it.
that. Explain that.
Yeah, tell me more. I'm not aware of these.
The documentary I watched last year, but June the King made this one. And I guess there was a situation with a YouTuber.
I guess.
I forget if he was a minor.
I guess. And then he says, I forget? This is great, TSP. This is a great path.
Minecraft YouTuber, another YouTuber. And, you know, originally he appeared supposedly as an upfront, honest guest on Keemstar's show covering this drama. I think it was allegations that he had been with underage girls or something like that. Okay. Coming to find out later on, the whole, or at least part of it, was orchestrated between the two behind the scenes. Like, I guess he wanted to get back
Between the two, who are the two?
at someone, his ex or
Now getting back at someone, his ex, like who? I'm kind of confused because like the only thing is I know vaguely what he's talking about because it's that old guy or whatever the fuck, you know, whatever. But it's like this is something that I would not feel comfortable talking about because I don't know enough. So, you know, clearly I wouldn't want to bring it up. If I don't know enough, I'm not going to say anything.
his current girlfriend, and Keem participated in that setup situation.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That doesn't even sound legit whatsoever. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You have the right to deny it. That's fine. You know what? It's out there. Just
You have the right to deny it. It's out there, man. This weird story that I don't even know who was the girl, who were the two, like Keem and some guy, or some guy and Keem was there. Like, what? Let's hear this again.
Or at least part of it was orchestrated between the two behind the scenes. Like, I guess he wanted to get back at someone, his ex or his current girlfriend.
Okay, so the two staged something that involved underage girls, but the guy wanted to get back at his girlfriend, so they did stuff, and then like things happened.
And Keem participated.
And Keem was there. What a story! That paints a great picture. That helped me understand what he's talking about. Everyone type your theories as to what his story was. I couldn't follow that. DSP, if you're gonna bring shit up like this, it probably would help you if you knew the story more than this guy and the guy there did the thing and the thing happened. But Keem, I guess, was there, maybe? Like, this doesn't really make a point.
In that setup situation.
This is like, all right, guys, remember that time where DSP, like, apparently, I think DSP, okay, he was in a room with, like, this other guy, and, like, the guy was, like, he wanted to, like, get back, but at this other guy, but that other guy had a girlfriend, right? And then, like, I think DSP wanted to, like, help him out, so, like, he did stuff, and at the end of the day, people said that DSP was a pedo. Weird, huh? Like, people would be like, "What the fuck did you just say?"
I have no idea what you're talking about. That doesn't even sound legit whatsoever. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You have the right to deny it. That's fine.
But,
you know what?
DSP has the right to deny it too. That's how it ended that story. DSP has the right to deny it. It's out there.
Just so you know, that shit's out there, man.
But I just want to say, like, you participated in supporting a YouTuber, all right, that covered a story on my misery, right? If I supposedly did something wrong, you watched and supported another YouTuber doing exactly what Drama Alert does.
It's a good point.
Well, and on top of that,
and also, basically, pretty much, DSP is actually Keem in this situation. They're saying that he's watching videos that's like on par with Drama Alert, pretty much. But if you think about it, DSP is the Drama Alert because he's reporting on the drama. He's watching, June the King's video. Then he's giving his opinion about said thing. Just like how Keem sees something happening, then reports on it. So you can even go a step further and say that technically.
To kind of reiterate this, like, once again, Phil, you're telling Keemstar,
but it's meaningful commentary. That's the difference.
Because he's saying it didn't happen, even though you're saying there's a mountain of proof in this documentary, right? The same thing is being said to you right now about your WWE legends and everything like that, and you have the right to deny it too. Even though there's a mountain of evidence through documentaries online.
Correct. The difference, to respond to your point.
This correct thing doesn't help DSP. Doesn't help his case at all because he pretty much every time that they have accused him of something and said, "Oh, well, you did this," he always says correct, and that's like not a thing you should be saying because if someone's not paying attention or not paying attention enough and they hear correct, they think he's agreeing to what's being said about him.
Sorry, there's a lot of points that just came up. The documentary is not just negative stuff about you. Okay, you understand? The documentary is actually covering your entire history. I've learned a lot of things about you that I find very admirable and very positive by watching that. It really did cover factually your rise and all the stuff that's happened and some of the.
How do you know that? No, factually. How do you know
the video is called "The Rise and Fall." Adam, you fucking idiot. He said the documentary says it goes through his rise and fall, so it's all factual, idiot. Man, Adam's a dummy. Stupid Adam, fucking dumbass.
I'm just curious. It's on the internet, so it must be true.
I know. Phil, real quick. I mean, I see documentaries on DSP, but you on the show said half of the stuff's not even true. So I'm confused. Is the internet 100% trustworthy or not? Because when it's about me, it's all.
And then they're just kind of dancing around the whole hypocrisy on this. It's kind of funny.
Facts.
Right.
When it's about you, it's all lies. I'm confused.
It's not all facts.
And I like that he's being told this, and after the fact, he's saying, "Oh, what point was being made? I don't get it. Why did Keem add to the interview?" So this whole thing is just it just zooped over his head, dude.
And it's not all lies. It's always somewhere in between, right? We all know that. We're not stupid. We're not born yesterday. When you watch
the
that
nugget of
documentary,
truth,
you gotta kind of suspend your disbelief. Say, hey, okay, believe it or don't.
But he tells us he's gonna watch these documentaries, assuming it's all fact. He tells us this all the time. When he was watching the Wings down the rabbit hole, he literally said, "I'm gonna watch it and assume it's real. I'm gonna assume it's like factual." And then he says this, and then now he's like, "Well, I gotta suspend your disbelief, man." Okay.
Right? Make your own judgments based.
So
on
you
what
chose
you
to believe
believe.
this one when it came to Keem.
In a couple particular cases, I'm not saying that one documentary is the only thing I've ever heard about Keem. There's been lots of people who.
Like who?
That's what you're referencing a lot so far. So that's what I'm going on.
Can we come to the conclusion that me and you both have a bad reputation
so
with controversial figures,
dude,
but one of us is wildly
This dude looks so pissed. He looks so mad.
More successful?
Oh, I'm not. I wouldn't even say I'm successful at all. So
Okay.
like, yeah, sure.
Keemstar, continue with what you were saying. Okay, I think we've established this. Keemstar, continue with what you were talking about leading up to this. You reached out to Boogie, Wings, and DSP. 50 grand on the table to start the podcast. Continue.
So knowing how to help all three of them, all right, and then also creating a business opportunity for myself, right? You know, it is all these things combined, and not only just helping DSP, Wings, and Boogie and myself, because this is a brilliant idea, but it's also helping every single person that's in this chat right now. It's also helping every single one of your haters, every single one of your guys' actual supporters.
Free the snort.
Everybody wants this content. This is a win. This is a golden opportunity. So knowing this and wanting to reach out to help you, I found you to be so incredibly difficult to work with.
Well, it's funny. DSP says he wants people to watch Down the Rabbit Hole on Dark Side Phil, then tells us that it's like not completely accurate, which is pretty funny.
With Boogie already contacted you and told you that this was about a podcast. I publicly tweeted, reach out to me, $50,000, and you ignored me. Then we finally start talking in DMs, and your response is, well, email me because I want to set up a call. We're already talking in DMs on Twitter. Why can't we just jump on a call and talk right away? We're already communicating. You tell me to go email you. That is so weird from my perspective. If I reach out to the biggest YouTuber on the platform, Mr. Beast, and
I says all this, and like you can argue like, well, you know, I get nervous when I talk on the phone and all this stuff, but someone brought that up to DSP, and he's like, no, I'm not afraid of the phone, idiot. So it's like, so which is it, buddy?
Text him, hey, we got to get on the phone. I got to talk to you about something. I'm going to talk to him within 12 hours. And this is a wildly more busy guy than you, Phil. All right. And that's the biggest YouTuber on the platform. This is how content creators communicate with each other. We don't, email each other. Like, we have managers to do that stuff. We have lawyers to do that stuff. I have a team of people that will get in an email. I don't get in an email ever. I'm never in a Gmail ever. You know, this is, what are you talking about? That was so disrespectful to me when I'm just communicating you in Twitter DMs. We're talking back and forth, and you're telling me I have to email you.
Yeah. Well, no. He said that he didn't want Keem to like give him terms on the phone and then like change it. Like, it wouldn't be anything solid. So he was afraid that Keem was like, all right, Phil, it's just gonna be a podcast where you talk. And he's like, all right, we'll do it, man. And then he gets the contract in email or whatever the fuck, and he finds out that he agreed to like sell his soul to the devil. Like, that's what he was afraid of.
To get on a call, I was so confused by that, but I play along. All right, I think one of my people may have emailed you or something. I got a phone number. We set up a scheduled time when we're gonna call and we're gonna talk about this. And I call you during the scheduled time, and you don't answer the phone. And then I get a message back saying, oh, I'm sorry. You know, I was streaming. I told you I work at this time. Well, even if that is true, and you don't answer the phone, and then I get a message.
I was like nodding his head, but Keem like then says what he said, like that was during his work hours. But I got a question. I got a question. I'm surprised they didn't ask this, to be honest, because it's a reasonable question, right? If he got a call from Keem and he didn't pick up, right? Why didn't DSP call him back when he was free? Why does Keem have to call him? Like, Keem tried to call, and it went, you know, presumably, I'd assume, he left a voicemail, right? If not, regardless, there's a phone number. Why doesn't he call the number back? Because the thing is, he's expecting a call from Keem. He's expecting it. Like, it's not like a random number called you. Like, yeah, if a random number is going to call you, you're not going to return the call. But if you're expecting a call and you get a number that called you, you know, you at least would want to call him back, call the number back to see if it's the guy you're expecting. I mean, I think that's a reasonable question. Come on.
Message back saying, oh, I'm sorry. You know, I was streaming. I told you I work at this time. Well, even if that is true and you were streaming, that stream is not more important than my phone call and my opportunity. It's not.
Phil, what do you think about that? Do you think that's accurate? You have an opportunity to put 5 figures in your pocket
all the time.
And,
man.
And you
because I have fun because I know it's a fucking robocaller. I know it is. So it's always fun.
Mindset there, because
it's all semantics. Because
semantics.
Who cares how you're talking or whatever? First of all, Craig knows how to contact me. He contacted me to be on this show. It was pretty straightforward. Wouldn't you say, Craig? It was pretty easy to reach out to me. It wasn't hard to reach me, was it?
No, I emailed you. Yeah, it was easy.
And when we were able to talk back and forth pretty reasonably with no issue, correct? I don't think we ever had an issue, right?
No. I think what we're hearing here is...
hold on. You think Craig is a big YouTuber though? Come on.
But I also think at some level, the email between him and Craig was mostly just, hey, can I be on your podcast? Yeah, man, or whatever. It was just like it was a free cameo, or pretty much a free deal. There's no money on the table for this, and it was a one-time thing. Keem wanted to offer him a show that would be more regular, so I would assume it'd be more important to talk on the phone about something that's more important than this. It's
look at this guy.
Oh no, I'm not even saying.
Hey,
it has nothing
once
to do
upon a
with
time,
size.
buddy. Once upon a time.
This has nothing to do with size. This has to do with just being reasonable. If someone has a business contact line, said this is the best way to contact me, please do it. But instead, you go to your giant audience on Twitter and you just scream, I want DSP to contact me immediately, $50,000 on the line. It's
as I said before, DSP tweeted saying, hey man, I'll be on Drama Alert, and then it never happened.
hostile, it's disrespectful, it's unprofessional.
So you got triggered and were on the defensive immediately when you saw that from
Exactly.
Keem. You did not see that he was actually reaching out to help.
It's hostile,
you know,
man.
Even
Not
though
at all. I didn't even know. People had to tell me in my chat this was happening.
So
Yeah,
according
what?
to immediately when you saw that from
Exactly.
Keem, you did not see that he was actually reaching out to help. You know,
No.
even
Not
though
at all. I didn't even
it's-
know. People had to tell me in my chat this was
What?
happening.
So according to like what I've just
Okay.
heard, you were talking shit about him retiring, and he jokingly responded and kind of slapped you a lighthearted slap with a glove, but said, "You know what? I'm gonna hook you up anyway." That's the vibe I'm getting, and you were stuck on that. What year was this, by the way? Just because I
Last
kind of
year.
have a. So this was recent.
Last
Yeah,
year.
roughly a year ago.
Wow. Okay. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a little further back. I mean, it feels like, Phil, you're in this time of like you're trying to find that way past this spot that you're in, and I don't mean to like call anything out, but it does feel like that's being stuck on level 1, right? And and
Correct.
it feels like, I mean, shout out to Keem for like actually reaching out after you were talking shit. Like that's not something that happens. And if he was
Right.
truly trying to help you out, like that's kind of surprising. I wouldn't,
well,
if
it-
someone was talking shit about me and I was as successful as Keem, I'd been like, fuck this person. I wouldn't even acknowledge them. Especially as you say, it was just some small time. I don't remember what wording you chose, that you weren't even successful in your own mind.
But him talking shit to me isn't a personal thing, right? It's an opportunity for me to make a Twitter video and make some entertainment for my audience. Like when I go on the internet,
That's how you internet right there.
when I
that's
go
how
on the
you internet.
internet, I'm not thinking about, will people like me? Will people hate me? I'm thinking, let me make a piece of content that people will enjoy watching, whether they like me or hate me or whatever.
Whatever you
Let
want.
me make
I'm on
some piece of content that people are interested
a
in. That's
hacker
all I
level.
ever think about when I come to the internet is serving viewers.
I'm still
Alright.
trying to get to Celestial, dude.
Phil,
Well, there's-
hold on, real quick. Phil, are you okay with this? You know, I
with
don't
what?
want. Yeah, just with this conversation. You know, I mean, you came on to do an interview with me and Craig.
Mhm.
You know, it was a tough interview. You know, we dove deep into throughout. You know what was going on, and you weren't prepared for. Or didn't know that Keemstar would be on the show.
I don't have
today.
Elizabeth
I didn't
voice
know
clips.
either.
I still
Yeah,
don't
it
have
is.
it.
Yeah.
This is all just kind of
One
happened
day,
naturally.
one
This
day.
is
I'll
the
have
internet.
it.
As the guest on my show, I just wanted to ask you if you're cool. Like I would love for
Are
this
you
to
cool?
continue.
Are you cool?
I just want to make sure you're
DSP?
cool with it.
I'm okay with this, but I mean, obviously,
cool.
we want to get back to the other topics too, right? I mean, we kind of put everything on pause
Eh,
and came and
We
I
will,
mean-
sure, but I think that
I like how he says like, "Oh, we paused everything to talk to Keem, man." But obviously, it's still kind of relevant to what's going on, though. If you think about it.
something good is happening here, right? We're working
Agreed.
through
Now
things.
to
We're
West Coast,
understanding
maybe.
what
I
each
don't know.
perspective is. I understand your
Persona
perspective,
Forecast never
Phil.
did anything
I
for me,
understand
to be
Keemstar's
honest.
perspective. So I got a question for you, Keem. Is this, you don't mind if I call you Keem, do you?
No, that's fine.
Okay,
Everyone
cool.
calls me Keem.
All right. All right. Is the offer still there for this to happen?
I mean,
If Phil is open to it.
I would say potentially, but not really, right? You know, I took Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988. I mean,
If Phil is open to it.
I would say potentially,
Potentially, you got degraded to a potential,
but not really, right?
but not
You know,
really. Potentially, but not really. What a great.
I took Wings of Redemption and Boogie 2988, who were
Sorry,
willing
David
to work
Cruz.
with me and understood this business opportunity. And I'm
But
setting up
actually,
a boxing
Maybe I'll get a Margaret stuff. Margaret's
match
pretty
between
cool.
the two of them, and I'm gonna break the internet with this.
Margaret kind
right?
of
This
made
is
Persona
an
4
awesome
better.
opportunity for Wings, an awesome opportunity for Boogie. This is going to be broadcast
P3
on
sweeps.
May 13th, and I haven't even announced this anywhere yet. This is an exclusive. It's going to be free to watch.
Oh shit!
It's going to be free to watch. And
can I ask a question?
yeah,
Of course.
It's kind of wild. He brought up the boxing match. Kind of wild.
Says it. I am the guest, right?
And look how mad DSP is. That that Keem shows up, plugs his own shit. He's like, wait a second, Keem, this is my show. What the fuck?
free to watch.
Oh shit!
It's going to be free to watch. And
Can I ask a question?
yeah,
Of course.
Says it. I am the guest, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, please ask. Yeah.
Keem, again, I understand your reasoning here. You're saying I'm just
Hell yeah, Yukari. Respect.
making content people want to see, right?
Wait,
I am
what?
the guest, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, please ask. Yeah.
Keem, again, I understand your reasoning here. You're saying I'm just making content people want to see, right? Is there any line that you won't cross when it comes to content that you think people want to see that you can make?
This is such a stupid fucking question. It's so stupid. Keem, do you have a line? No, DSP, he doesn't. He's gonna record death on tape, obviously.
Profit on? Do you have any kind of restraint? Do you ever feel that morally something is too far? Because I personally and many others hear this about this boxing match coming up. Okay, now let me give you my perspective.
This is literally a meme. Like, it's really like he thinks it's like how to describe it. He thinks it's like a degrading like boxing match, but it's just a boxing match. You don't know how it's gonna be. It could be shitty or whatever, but people have been doing boxing matches regardless. If he's so concerned about people's health and all this stuff from it, then is he also upset when people play football, like NFL? Like, people get concussions in football, which causes health problems for these athletes. All this stuff goes on in football. What about that? What about that, DSP? Is NFL like too low and like degrading because like there's all these personal injuries from football? No, man, it's okay. NFL's fine, right? Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
Wings of Redemption, Boogie, two desperate guys. We all know they're down on their luck. They could definitely use some
And
money.
then DSP's talking as if like Keem is like picking people like hobos, like homeless people off the street to fight. He asked Wings and Boogie if they want to do a boxing match. They both agreed. They both willingly wanted to do it. It's not like Keem was like, oh man, like he didn't go to like a homeless shelter and said, hey, homeless Joe, do you want to fight? If I'll give you $50 to box homeless Billy, okay? And then they fight. Like, it's not like that at all. It's just he asks these two people, these two adults, do you want to box? And they're like, yeah, sure.
Right? We all know this. They
Yes.
publicly project that to the internet.
Okay.
Wings of Redemption, Boogie, two desperate guys. We all know they're down.
And this is really positive, right? Calling them desperate. Boogie and Wings are desperate. Okay.
On their luck, they could definitely use some money, right? We all know this. They
Yes.
publicly project that to the internet. They're both, technically, from what we can see
Technically.
and understand, they're kind of unhealthy.
They're technically unhealthy. You're telling me, DSP, that people who are like obese and overweight are not healthy? Whoa, shocker.
Maybe not. Who knows? But you
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe they're healthy. Wings looks very healthy, actually. In reality, Wings is probably very healthy. He could probably run a mile.
what they project, correct?
The way that they project this fucking word salad, they project this. Like, come on, man.
Do you not feel that having two people like this, overweight, possibly unhealthy, doing a boxing match against each other so that everyone on the internet can laugh at them?
And then he makes this so that we're all laughing at them. What if they're not laughing? What if they're just generally curious to see who'd win a boxing match? Like, yeah, people are gonna laugh at him for being fat. Like, does he think sumo wrestlers are that too? Oh, you have these two sumo wrestlers, and they're like huge, and they're doing it for laughter, man.
Could possibly, just possibly, be either putting them in harm's way or maybe be considered morally reprehensible.
What about NFL players that put themselves in harm's way to play football? What about that? What about that, DSP? What about people who go hunting? You know, things happen when you hunt.
Because of the repercussions that could happen during this match.
Do you not think they're adults that they can make their own decisions, though, Phil?
That's
I'm
fine.
just curious.
I mean, anyone.
That's fine. They can make their decisions, but Keem offered them that, so obviously he did it in bad faith. That's kind of what he's dancing around and arguing, but it's been documented that Wings has said no to things in the past and shit.
Everyone can make their own decisions. That's
I'm
fine.
sorry, Keem. Please answer them.
Let me respond. All right. Every single influencer boxer, whether they're healthy or not, is putting themselves in harm's way for entertainment. They're all warriors, and they all deserve respect. Wings of Redemption and Boogie haven't gotten any respect. In fact, it's disrespect. Very similar to you. All right. And by doing this, they will get respect. Whether people laugh or not, they are going to get respect for jumping in that ring. But you mentioned that they're unhealthy. Of course they're unhealthy. But I can tell you right now, behind the scenes, and nobody knows this, both of them have actively already lost weight training for this fight. This is a positive thing in both of their lives. And I don't think either one of them have the ability.
And it's also kind of shitty for DSP to make this, to say this in reality, because it's not his place to say that it's in bad faith that this boxing match is happening, because Wings and Boogie could be seeing this as a positive thing, like, oh, I'm going to do this boxing ring because this will give you motivation to work out and all this kind of stuff. And it's just whatever. I mean, there's all this kind of stuff going on anyway, and his mind cannot square the circle because in the end he feels Keem is walking away as being a puppeteer, making people do crap for money and having control, but like they both have agency. Yeah, like it's, as I said earlier, it's not like Keem went to a homeless shelter and then picked two bums that are homeless to fight, which is like, yeah, they're homeless. Like it's got, this is the group of people you want to like kind of coerce into a boxing match. He went to two people and offered them a boxing match, and they both willingly agreed. There was no like manipulation into it.
To seriously hurt the other. Do you? Do you think they're in real danger by fighting each other? I think these are equal opponents.
This is not a serious boxing match, Keem.
And he says it's not a serious boxing match, but like, he doesn't think that Keem's gonna have steps in place to care for their well-being. Like, whatever. Obviously, I would assume, right, that there would be like a referee at the boxing match, and there would be someone ready to call for 911 for the ambulance and shit if they needed it. That like he's assuming that like Keem's is just doing it like as a one-man show, but if he did as a one-man show, he could get sued. You could get in trouble for doing that. So obviously, he has to have some things in place so he can like handle it. But okay.
They're not boxers. They don't know anything about boxing. These are two overweight guys that are going to go at it, swinging. You know,
Are you going to
anything can
watch?
happen. No.
Yes, you
No!
are.
No,
Yes,
I'm
you
not.
are.
I don't watch
believe
that.
you.
They don't know anything about
This part is pretty good.
boxing. These are two overweight guys that are going to go at it, swinging. You know,
Are you going to
anything can
watch?
happen.
Are you gonna watch?
No.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
No,
Yes,
I'm
you
not.
are.
Yeah, I agree with DSP. He's not gonna watch it. He's. You think DSP is gonna watch that? Come on, he's lazy. Come on, he has to be forced to watch it. Maybe for a react event. He'll watch it as a react event.
I don't watch
believe
that
you.
crap. I don't watch
Wait,
your crap.
Phil.
I don't watch that crap. I just watch WWE, man.
Out of your
Phil,
mind.
you
I
know,
don't
you know who
believe
is gonna watch it, Phil?
Everyone else.
Everyone. Great
Everybody,
answer.
right.
That's exactly what I would have said.
I just
Phil-
don't believe.
Like, if Keem said to you, "Are you gonna watch it?" I just would have been like, "No, I don't really care." And then he says, "You are gonna watch it, man." I'm like, "Oh, well, whatever, man. Not for me, man." Yeah.
You. It really comes down to what I just
not
said a
gonna
little
watch
while
it, dude.
ago. When I look at like making content for the internet and doing stuff like this, my question is, will this serve viewers? And I know it will. I know so many people are going to tune in. I know so many people want to see this. And I don't believe you when you say you're not going to watch this. I think you are going to watch this.
This is like a hard on for
So
looking
mistaken.
high and
You
mighty.
know nothing about me then.
Wait, what?
People are going to tune in. I know so many people want to see this. And I don't believe you when you say you're not going to watch this. I think you are going to watch this fight.
You're so
Phil-
mistaken. You have known
Phil-
nothing about me then, dude.
You know nothing about me.
let's ask this, Phil. Just and this is just my.
I mean, it's kind of presumptuous to assume DSP would watch it, to be honest, because DSP is too lazy, and he has to get permission from Cat. You think Cat's gonna want to watch it? No.
morbid curiosity. If there was an opportunity for you, Phil, to do something physical, box, whatever, I don't know, whatever it may be, that was a kind of a YouTuber versus YouTuber opportunity. Would you be open to that? Open
No.
to anything like that?
What
What
do
about
you do?
running?
No?
What about a
That's
race?
not what-
You know, he says no about like fighting and all this stuff. Like, oh, I want to fight. What about racing? He should race. That what could possibly go on? He should do racing. He could be the first YouTuber to do racing competition with other YouTubers. Think about that.
What I'm about. I'm on the internet to share my passion for games, to have a cool social interaction with this, my viewers, my fans, whatever you want to call them. I'm not here to make a mockery of myself or, do a publicity stunt. I don't do that kind of stuff. People will say I do, whatever. It's your perspective. From my perspective, I just want to be in my lane with my
DSP
viewers, doing
race.
good, fun stuff. I have no aspirations of grandeur or anything like that. I don't
Wait.
want to blow up. Whatever.
Wait.
It's your perspective. From my
This is-
perspective, I just want to be in my lane with my viewers, doing a good, fun stuff. I have no aspirations of grandeur or anything.
Grandeur. Great pronunciation. Valedictorian. Grandeur. But that's also stupid. That's not even the saying. It's just he has no aspirations. Aspirations of grandeur isn't real. No, it's illusions of grandeur. Aka grandeur, obviously.
Anything like that. I don't want to blow up.
It sounds like the fucking Grand Blue Fantasy. It's like a thing in Grand Blue Fantasy. The new game that's coming. Is it a re-release or is it actually like a sequel to Grand Blue? Whatever. The new one comes out. They throw in a little like term like Gran is trying to find the grand door to help the characters. Gran gotta get the grand door.
Up because I did a stupid internet boxing match with someone. It's so stupid to me. Immature.
That's fine,
honestly.
Phil. If I could finish why I'm frustrated and explaining myself.
Continue.
Because look, this all started with me retiring and you having, a bad opinion on me. And
He
then
wouldn't do the lolcat boot camp because when he watched that Wings documentary, he thought that all those people from PKA or whatever was making fun of Wings by having him go to that boot camp, which is kind of funny because you know what happened. It's funny, he has no aspirations of grandeur, but he does suffer from illusions of grandeur. Yeah, man. Maybe we're gonna just call it grandeur or grandeur all day.
having that metaphor.
But yeah, he has illusions of grandeur in a lot of ways. He has no aspirations in life. He doesn't want to do anything with his channel in any real way.
Of you know, you being on level 1. Like I really did.
But he has a lot of
like
illusions.
a year ago. I pretty much did retire. Now I'm doing DLC, but I'm not paying for the DLC. The DLC is paying me, you know, and I'm doing more and more and more and more stuff in this space because I just love it so much. And it comes from a place of you absolutely loving what you do and loving these video games. I don't, you know who else likes video games? Wings and Boogie. You don't think the three of you on a podcast would be a good thing? You guys talking about games, giving your opinions, talking about current events and whatnot. You don't think that's a positive thing?
Keem, I just said right here on the show, I would love to do a show with those guys.
Now I got a question. If DSP thinks it would be such a cool idea, right, to do a podcast with Wings and Boogie, why doesn't DSP reach out to them to do this podcast? Well, now he can't, actually. He can't do it now because he doesn't want to trust people anymore. This shook his faith in humanity. Where is it?
I'm shook.
I'm friendly with them behind the scenes. I have conversations.
So when I couldn't
He's friendly with Wings behind the scenes? Okay.
You, and I called you multiple times. It wasn't once and you ignored. It was multiple times. I kept calling. I kept DMing you, and you said, "Oh, I'm streaming now," and da da da. A couple weeks went by.
By the way, that's false what he's saying, but I'll let him keep going. It's fine. Whatever.
What?
I kept calling. I kept DMing you, and you said, "Oh, I'm streaming now," and da da da. A couple weeks went by.
By the way, that's false what he's saying, but I'll let him keep going.
But DSP literally said, Keem tried to call him when he streamed. Unless he's saying it's not true that he kept calling or whatever, but what? Okay.
Going, it's fine. Whatever.
Whatever.
As fact, you know.
No. We want to hear your perspective. That's what we're doing here.
Did he not call you multiple times?
He called me at least once, maybe twice.
Once, maybe twice. That's more than one, DSP, so technically it's multiple times.
But I think it was just once. It could have been twice.
The amount of times that you've said during this interview that you don't really remember is shocking.
Because I don't document this stuff. Why do I care?
But how can you say?
It's shocking. It's shocking, Phil. You said how many times you said this. Why do I care, man?
Say with such certainty that it wasn't you, or that he didn't call, or that all this thing.
And then he says there's certain man.
If constantly, I'm just calling it out. Or, you know, I'm not trying to come at you, but I've just noticed that a lot. So now you say actually he called maybe twice. Could it have been 3 times?
Man, look how the tables have turned. Like, this is why people don't take DSP at his word, because his story changes multiple times. And this is like a major issue that will never be addressed.
Could it have been 4 times?
It definitely
you
wasn't
didn't even
3 or
notice.
4. It was 1 or 2.
How do I know?
3 or 4.
I'm just, you know.
Well, I specifically remember when he called me during a stream, and I'm like, "Who's calling?"
Why doesn't DSP show us the phone records, man?
I mean, then when I went on a break, I opened my phone. I'm like, I just.
And then Keem's just like he's just like out. He's out, man.
Must be him because I don't have his phone number. I'm assuming this must be him because of you get locations tied to phone numbers or whatever. And I'm like, why is he calling me when I gave him these specific times to call me? He's calling me.
I told you to call me at this time.
I said I was busy.
But even then, Phil, you may be busy, but there's a call worth potentially 50 grand plus
Dude,
more.
There's so many streams, so many streams where he interrupted his stream to do something else. So during the bankruptcy, he took time to like do a bankruptcy class or whatever the fuck they had him do to get his bankruptcy. He did that during his stream.
On the backside of this, that could take 10 minutes. I mean,
change your life.
And once again, your true fans will understand. Look, I had to get on a phone call. This is a really important business call.
Anyway.
I appreciate you guys, and you know what?
Holy shit, Missouri Lover finally fucking stepped up.
Watching because they want to know
$50.
what's happening. They want to know more about this. Like the idea of not taking a call just because you're streaming, like your fans will understand that, man.
No, and again, I didn't even know that was him. I didn't have his number.
Like the idea of not taking a call just because you're streaming, like your fans will understand that, man.
No, and again, I didn't even know that was him. I didn't have his number. You know, I'm checking after the fact during a break or whatever. But the fact that this.
Wait. He just said, like, not too long ago, he called me during a stream, and I was like, huh? And now he's like, I didn't know the number, man.
This guy can't call me when I'm giving him the times to call was baffling to me. So first, he won't. The true interaction here.
Okay, we got to the truth, guys.
I had to DM him. He wouldn't contact me. I had to DM him. He would not talk further in the DM about what this was until I demanded it. I'm like, dude, just tell me what you're talking about to see if I'm interested. I don't want to get on a call with you unless you just say, what if he had said something I'm totally not interested in at all? I can say, no, we're not even bothering with it. He wouldn't. I had to like pull strings to get him to even
pull strings. You mean pull teeth?
Say, okay, I want you to be like a host on a show, and then he wouldn't even talk any further. He demanded a phone call. I give him my number. I give him the specific times to call. He calls the wrong times.
Well,
right?
Guys, according to what I hear from Keem, hold on, I just want to say this real quick. According to what I'm hearing from Keem, he was going to put up $150,000 to do a show with.
Man, he's just glancing at the data. It's like it's ready to get DDoS pose. It's getting ready.
3 guys. Like, that's a risk. That's him investing a lot of his income to try to help these guys, for including yourself.
Yeah, like I had to pull strings to get Keem to say it's a podcast, but Boogie told him it was a podcast. Figure that one out.
I think a phone call, wanting to do it over a phone call, is like just that's nothing in comparison to what he's trying to do. All right, I just needed to say that, Keem.
And Phil, listen.
Do you want to know why I don't like the phone call idea? Why I wanted it in writing? Would you like to know?
In just a second, Keemstar, go ahead.
Phil, now that we're talking about this and we're communicating for the first time back and forth, all right, I can tell just by how you're reacting and what you're saying back to me that you actually understand that this was a great opportunity. And that's why we needed to be on the phone, is so we could actually communicate. We could hear each other's voice. We could talk this thing out. You can ask me questions. The text conversation, the emails back and forth, all right? That's not like really how business gets done. That's how contracts get done. That's how managers communicate back and forth and do deals. But like when we're at the very beginning of an idea and we're trying to figure out what we're going to do with this business, it has to be like real communication back and forth in a phone call, like it is right now. So that's why it was so important for me to get on the phone with you.
Okay.
Do you agree or disagree? Does it make sense to you, Phil?
What I was going to say was the reason I wanted it in writing was very simple. All right. Again, you have to understand, Keem, you have a lot of stuff that's said about you on the internet. You know that. We've agreed to that.
But
right?
so do you.
Yeah, I'm so sick of hearing that from you.
If I'm going to deal with this guy, if I'm going to deal with this guy, I want our conversation in writing. Because what's to stop me from getting on the phone with Keem, having a conversation, and the next thing I know, he completely lies about what we just talked about to get drama on his content.
Phil, that's like me going to Craig. Like, hell no. I hear all this shit about Phil. I don't want him to come up here and start fucking wanking it on the show live. You know what I mean? That's like me believing what is on the internet when I think this was actually pretty. It was.
And DSV also said he accidentally says racial slurs. You really want a guy who can accidentally say the N-word on your stream? Think about that.
Tough, but it was a good show. And it was a chance for you to come clean and like really try to tackle some of the shit that's out there. But it's like you're using the same kind of shit that people have been using against you, but you're using it against Keemstar. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't listen. I don't trust the guy.
You do see it, right?
I do not trust Keem.
But once again,
you don't know me. We've never even talked.
How do you not trust the man when you're getting your information from the internet? The internet is not a real place.
I can tell you this. I do business.
The internet's not a real place. Oh man. I will say it's kind of funny, right? In the beginning, when they were talking about this podcast thing earlier on in the interview, dude said, I just don't respect the guy. I don't want to do any business with him. Adam did say, I respect that opinion, Phil. I respect that you don't want to do business with someone that you don't agree with. And then when we're discussing more deeply about the podcast, that kind of flew out the window. Like, it kind of is funny that DSP has never went back to that, where it's like, look, I don't feel comfortable doing business with Keem. That's just why I didn't want to do the business with him. And what else can they say about that? Like, they might keep poking that defense, but at some point he's gonna say, like, look, I get that this would be a good business plan. Like, it's insane how much that I have, that like anyone could see how you could respectfully decline a business offer before the guy.
The biggest content creators on this entire planet. All right. I don't just run a show called Drama Alert. I develop video games. I represent YouTubers. I get them brand deals. One of my companies represents the biggest streamer on the planet. I have a long business history with FaZe, Mr. Beast. Like, you don't know anything about me. You don't, right? But if we had a conversation and you got to learn about me and what I've done and the business opportunities that I've created for this industry for the last 15 years, your opinion of me would be wildly different than you watching a drama documentary about me, something that you're against. Like, this is blood money, but that's where you got your information from.
It talked a lot positively about you. Why do you think I watched a drama video about you? That's not what I watched.
I didn't watch drama. No.
So it talked positively about me, but by watching it, you had a negative view of me. That doesn't.
No, I told you. I respect you.
And then he says, "No, man, I respect you, dude.
Immensely.
But you just make blood money. You just get blood money, man. But I respect you."
I don't know. After all, it's not just that. There's other things too. Other people that have said things about you and their dealings with you. I have to kind of be protective of myself and my busin's and my family.
Was there ever
a being involved with you? I do. I feel there's a risk that I could be, hung out to dry somehow.
I know that there's multiple things that I've done wrong in my career, like 1,000%. I have said outlandish things. In the
it's
attempt
going well.
of
Hey, that
making
being said,
entertainment
what's up?
and entertaining people. In 2015, one of the biggest things, my team got a story
This is
wrong,
wild,
and I went
right?
on air with the story wrong and falsely accused someone of being a pedo. It was wrong identity. It wasn't even the same guy. All right. If you look at that story and actually look into it, the person that exposed Keemstar for that and brought that to the internet was Keemstar. I exposed myself for getting it wrong. I right away tried to make, it right with that guy, offer him 20 grand. This is like back in 2015. If you actually look into any of this stuff about me, you're going to see Keemstar saying wild effed up stuff, and he's definitely wrong. But you're going to see Keemstar making mistakes and trying to make amends for it if you actually take the time to look into it. Now, you're on this show asking these audience, detractors, these gentlemen running this podcast to treat your story and what's said about you fair. I should have gotten the same respect from you, or at least
the same courtesy. This is the thing that I've been saying about DSP for years, and everyone has been kind of realizing this. This dude does not give the same courtesy he demands of you. He demands so much out of you, but he cannot give it back. Oh, like PewDiePie, Logan Paul, all these people who've done wrong things. He doesn't want to give them a second chance. They deserve to be deplatformed. Get them off the platform. All this stuff. But DSP does something wrong. Give me a second chance, man. Come on.
Back to get a phone call just so we could better know each other.
Phil,
but that didn't happen. And if I could finish, because I'm almost done with representing, my point in all this. I called him multiple times. I couldn't get a hold of him. It rubbed me the wrong way right from the beginning when he was trying to send me to an email, which made no sense to me. And I think 2 weeks roughly went by, and I went on YouTube, and because I was looking up DSP stuff, doing research for the podcast, the algorithm sent his live stream in my feed. So I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities, and I just lost.
No, Keem, he doesn't pay rent. He pays home dues and bills. Okay, not rent. Spread and slander yet again.
In his chat, I'm like, I cannot believe that you're doing this right now. 2 weeks ago, I was trying to get a hold of you, offering you the greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career. Phil, if this podcast was a success, all right, everyone in the chat and you are looking at $50,000. It wouldn't be $50,000. This podcast would make millions. It would be a wild success. It would be a brand. This is something that would be clipped on TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram. People would talk about this, just like you're being clipped on your little live stream now, except for we would have an opportunity to monetize it.
Phil, do you understand kind of the obviously, I think what Keem is saying, he has this business experience, right? He's offering you an opportunity, you turn the other way, but there's a lot of things that you're saying today. You're talking about Keem,
he'll never
making mistakes, saying things, doing business the wrong way. That can also be said about yourself. And the things that you're saying are very. It's like holding a mirror up to yourself, because I feel like there's actually a lot of similarities between Keemstar making mistakes. You've made mistakes, things that we touched on during this podcast, right?
I did not make a mistake.
You do understand the similarities between what your argument is for not wanting to work with him, and the reason why you have so
I'm having
many
a lovely day.
detractors.
Sure. What I would say is the difference between me and Keem, outside of wild amount of popularity difference, is that if you take a look
Dude,
at
this dude has been talking about the popularity difference the whole time. He's bigger than me. He's more popular than me. I'm a fur in the wind. Like, okay, dude, we get it.
the body of work that I've done in the 15 years I've done it, all right, you would say, has Phil ever really outright, with anything he's done, actually concretely hurt someone to the point where, like, wow, what a heinous person. People will say that about Keem. They will say that about Keem, okay? And at the end of the day, when I have to make
But is it really fair that DSP is the one saying this about himself, though? I didn't make any content that concretely hurt anyone. I mean, he lied about this. In 2015, there was a dude that wanted to interview DSP, which is, I don't know if it was from IGN or whatever the fuck, but he wanted to interview DSP. He talked behind the scenes. DSP comes on the next day saying, yeah, man, I talked to this guy about the trolls, and he agrees with me that they're mentally ill, and they're fucked up, and all this stuff. The dude puts out the recording of it, and it was just a dude, and he just said, like, wow, that's crazy, or some shit. It was something like that's not even accurate as to what DSP said. Like, that could have costed that man a job. So that could have caused damage, but that wasn't part of the content. That's the difference, dude. But you could also bring up that, like, these other instances that are just negative. But again, no one is sitting there saying like DSP is like the most heinous person on the internet, but they're just saying that this dude has a toxic personality. And it, like, even after this, he showed how that he'll throw you under the bus if he gets slighted slightly. How slight the slight is, he will just toss you under.
business decisions about who I'm going to associate with and who I'm not going to, that's a factor. And it's a moral factor for me. It has nothing to do with Keem's business sense. Keem, you are a great businessman. Everyone knows that. I think you would actually run the podcast very, very well. I do. I would love to do this podcast with Boogie.
Oh yeah, that too. Like, there's a whole theory as to like Rambo lost a job because of the guy. So there's that too, man.
I have a problem with you morally, dude, with the content you put out. I do. And
I'm gonna let him respond. Let him respond to that.
Listen, you just said that you've never hurt anyone, right? And you talking trash doesn't hurt me. That's just an opportunity, right? But when you treated me the way you did behind the scenes, this sounds like bullshit coming from me, but you hurt me. I was offended. I was hurt. Like, why are you treating me like this? Why can't you treat me like a man, and why can't we have a conversation? If you came to the conclusion that, no, I don't want to do this, this isn't right for me, that's fine. But you really showed me no respect at all. It was so disrespectful how you were treating me, making me email. I have to call it.
This is kind of wild coming from him. Kind of wild.
A certain time. I'm calling and you're not answering the phone.
But at least Rambo, at least Keem did say it sounds like bullshit. So at least from it coming from him, so he did at least say that. It is just kind of funny though. Like, I do think at some point Keem just saw the opportunity to go to have this little segment, and it's kind of the same shit DSP does. So in a way, even if like you could argue Keem is being genuine or not, whatever, it's even funnier thinking that it's another opportunity that Keem took to like do this, because this is what DSP would do.
Phone. And then when people were asking, your fans asking online, why didn't you do this podcast with Keem? During this whole time, I forgot to mention this, he was still talking bad about me publicly.
Keem, you just said it. Like, just what you just described is probably the main reason I have a problem with you. You are someone who has no self-awareness, and you think that you're the most important thing. You tweeted on your Twitter that I should contact you, have a problem with you.
You
are
tweeted
someone who has no self-awareness, and you think
Man, Keem, you have no self-awareness, okay? Says the guy who just the claims of hypocrisy.
that you're the most important thing. You tweeted on your Twitter that I should contact you about a business opportunity. No one does that. They contact the person about the business opportunity directly.
We all do it.
DSP literally tweeted at Keem to be on Drama Alert for the fappening. He literally tweeted him. Like, you could probably like find the tweet if you look hard enough. Probably. But he did tweet at him.
We all do it.
Yeah,
It's the internet, Phil.
Phil, it's
Like,
the internet, man.
well,
Yeah.
you said you've been doing this for 15 years, but like, do you not understand the way
It's just a petty point, because he could argue, yeah, it is kind of hostile in the sense that he's kind of putting DSP on the spot to respond, but he's still able to say no and stand his ground.
algorithms work, the way anger is addictive, and how people are hooked on crazy shit. Go ahead.
I want no part of that drama. I
Phil,
don't want to be
Phil,
on a
Phil, can you-
podcast that is.
Oh,
going
you
to be
said
about
anger's
that. I don't want to
addictive.
be involved with someone.
That's not what he was.
he's-
I don't even
this
know
is
what the podcast
egomaniacal
was
what
going to
he's
be about.
saying. He's of that drama.
Do you not understand the way algorithms work, the way anger is addictive, and how people are hooked on crazy shit? Go ahead.
I want no part
Oh,
of that
that's what
drama.
he meant.
I don't
Phil,
want to be
Phil,
on a
Phil, can-
podcast that is going to be about that. I don't want.
Low-key, in a way, DSP kind of did this for attention, because he's like, after this he says he doesn't want to do interviews anymore, all this stuff, etc., etc. But he has been saying that after every single time he got interviewed. Though he said that after the quartering interview, he said that after the debunking stream. So like within 4 years, we're gonna get another round of DSP doing an interview and then saying, "Well, I'm done doing interviews." Like, come on. We know that's gonna happen. We know. And then maybe we'll get like a clear information about WWE Champions at that point.
Want to be involved with someone.
That's not what he was.
he's-
I don't even
this
know
is
what the
egomaniacal
podcast was
what
going to
he's
be about.
saying. He's being egomaniacal. I have to just listen
Phil,
to what he
I'm
said.
not.
The battle of the
You
egos.
just said my whole life should have stopped because you
It's kind of funny though. Like if you look at it this way, it's two egos going at it.
wanted to contact me. Really?
I did
my
not say
whole
that.
Life. You
No,
just
he
said,
didn't say that.
Answer
I
the
did
call.
not.
My whole life. So that one stream that he could just pick up the phone is his whole life. That one stream. I don't even know what the stream was, but that stream is his whole life. Man, that's kind of sad. That one stream that no one remembers.
At any time, even though I
Phil,
gave you the times to call me.
Can
Answer
I
the
give
call
you
at
some
any time at
context?
all.
Can I give you some context? From the time I wake up to the time I go to bed, every single day, I talk to at least 20 different content creators. And this is true. This is
Clash
not
of
an
the egos.
exaggeration. You know, I run an influencer boxing, Happy Punch. We represent fighters that do boxing. I have all my staff. I have YouTubers and content creators that we represent business-wise with brand deals and stuff like that. And then I run Drama Alert, right? So I have to get on the phone with different content creators to validate stories or get people's takes so I can, inject that into the story to make sure that like what I'm reporting and what I'm talking about is accurate and have a full perspective, right? How all this business operates, right, between content creator and content creator
What the fuck is
is
he
like
doing? He's
Twitter
playing with his
DMs.
wires.
It's like
He's
a
like,
tweet,
"All right.
yo, DM
All
me.
right, buddy.
Yo, let's hop on a phone call. when we're talking
Dude, look at like everyone else. Like the most you see from Keem when he was like just not talking was him just sitting back and vaping or smoking or drinking. Like kind of nothing actions. DSP?
about contracts and stuff, then you have lawyers, you have managers, they're in
Yeah, not
emails,
listening at all.
emailing each other back and forth. But the content creators, which we are both content creators, we are on the same level. I'm not higher than you. You're not higher than me.
This dude is like a fucking child, like a little baby.
Back and forth. But the content.
This is like when your mom's like yelling at you to clean your room, like why you should have cleaned your room or whatever. Like she's just mad at you, and you're just like. Just doing that.
Content creators, which we are both content creators. We are on the same level. I'm not higher than you. You're not higher than me.
Then he just looks at the camera like he's like ready to cry. I just want that face.
Creators, which we are both content creators. We are on the same level. I'm not higher than you. You're not higher than me.
He's like, it's like he's crying for help. He's specifically not paying attention and fidgeting when DSP was getting grilled. He was pushed back in the seat because focus was on him. He's thinking it's Keem, so he's getting his piece and focus is on Keem, not DSP. Yeah, like, but man, he looks like he's crying for help. He's like, please help, send help.
We have a mutual respect as content creators. We should be able to be in Twitter DMs and then get on a phone call. And you didn't treat me like that. You treated me like dirt. This is not about me thinking I'm God. This is about how you treated me in those Twitter DMs.
And objectively, like if you look at it, like you could see this as like, oh, Keem's being a prima donna, man. He's being a diva about it. But even if you look at it objectively, you just step back for a moment, and you could argue that it is pretty disrespectful how DSP handled it, because he didn't want to call him, he didn't call the number back, he didn't do really anything that showed that he cared. And the thing that kills it for me, that makes me just die inside, is DSP openly said he didn't want to do it anyway. He had no intention of doing it. He didn't want to work with Keem. And I'm just like, then why string him along? Why go through this effort if you didn't want to work with him at all? Like, you could have just told Keem after he made that tweet immediately, I don't want to do it, I don't care. And it would have ended there. But he kept like, well, email me, man. Email me, man. Yeah, man. Oh, I want to talk to you. Okay, fine. Here's my number. It's like, this is ridiculous.
Keem, I gave you the times to call. You called at different times. And we never had another interaction ever again. How was I disrespectful to you?
So when they asked me, is this opportunity, still available? When I say maybe, because like, I don't know how I could work with you. You are very, very difficult to work with, to even communicate with, firsthand.
Because I didn't drop everything to talk to you, I'm difficult to communicate with, even though I have.
What are you dropping? Very difficult to work. Is this
I gave you the times to call. You called at different times, and we never had another interaction ever again. How was I disrespectful to you?
You didn't return the call? Maybe that's the case.
So when they asked me, is this opportunity still available? When I say maybe, because like, I don't know how I could work with you. You are very, very difficult to work with, to even communicate with, firsthand.
Because I didn't drop everything to talk to you, I'm difficult to communicate with, even though I have.
What are you dropping?
Publicly listed ways to contact me.
Please explain to me what you're dropping.
Man.
Like, what?
I gave you. Why don't you listen to me? I told you to email me. Why don't you listen to me?
What is so important that's happening that you can't get on a phone call with me?
My work, my job. I'm here 6 days a week, full-time streaming to make a living.
But this job that I'm about to offer you would pay wildly more and solve all these problems that you have going on.
First of all, you don't know what it's going to solve. That's a huge assumption. Second of
look how stupid this is. Literally, look how stupid this is. If like I wanted to do it, if you just go back, sometime in the beginning of this interview, he literally says the money would have put him back to like square one or whatever. Like it would have helped him. And now he's saying it wouldn't have helped me. You don't know that. Okay. Man, it's almost like he's saying this so that he could just like not give Keem a fucking bone.
Of all, I didn't know what the thing was because you never told me. You didn't call at the time you were supposed to.
Didn't Boogie give you?
We are going in a loop. You're right.
Yeah, this is it's literally it's fun. This is funny to me because you're saying the same circular argument DSP does on his own viewers all the time, which is why it's like a waste of time to like tip or troll, super chat, whatever. And the guys are like, I'm gonna argue with this guy because it's just gonna go nowhere, and you're gonna be throwing money into the fire, pretty much.
It's happened a lot on this episode so far.
Right. So look, I think let's leave it here, right? A bridge has been gapped. You know, we brought a bridge together, right? I don't know if something's going to come from this with Keem and Phil, and there's obviously still friction there, and that's fine. But I'm glad you guys had an opportunity to talk, and I think more than anything, Phil, you know, you're learning more about, you know, business in 2022, 2023, and how interactions.
He's still learning.
You know, and
he's still
the importance
learning.
of
He's
being
still
quick and nimble
running
and,
his tricycle
and things like that. Along
he still has
there.
training wheels.
In reality, that's how business works now. So
let me put it this way: if it weren't Keem, because again, I already had a negative association in my head of who Keem is. I had really very little interest in doing any work with him. If it was someone else,
there we go. There we fucking go. Look how stupid the whole thing is. Oh, I had a negative association with Keem and I didn't want to do any business with him. So then why did you spend all that energy dancing around this fucking stupid ass call when he could have just said no? But no. He strung him along just so he could. It's really like he did it because he just wanted to. He just loved the attention. He loved that Keem was like talking about him. Like he was like, it was really like, wow, man, this is the first time someone has interest in me. Oh man, I'm gonna like play around with him. I'm not gonna like fucking do it, but I'm just gonna like play around. It's really like the attractive girl, fishing the unpopular kid to go out with her on prom, and then she's gonna stand him up at prom. That's what DSP was trying to do to Keem. That's what he was trying, and it didn't work out. It made him look stupid because he's 45 years old, man.
else maybe I would have, but you know.
And then he says, if someone else, I would have done it. Cool.
That's the.
But if someone said that about him, he'd be pissed. Oh, so you're telling me that you had a negative association with me and you don't want to do another interview with me? What the fuck?
Association I had a moral issue working with the guy. So
like, imagine his response if someone like offered to do an interview with DSP, then like rescinded it because they saw this interview and they're like, we don't want this on our show. Like, you think DSP's gonna be like, okay, man, I get it.
It wasn't a big deal to me that he was reaching out to me.
No.
Before I leave, because I'm pretty much done, I've expressed everything that I
would have, but you know. That's the association I had. I had a moral issue working with the guy, so it wasn't a big deal to me that he was reaching out to me.
It wasn't a big deal, but it became a big deal because you kept... Whatever.
Before I leave, because I'm pretty much done, I've expressed everything that I want.
I appreciate it, Kim.
Can I give you some criticism?
Me?
Bill, is that okay?
Yeah, because I came in saying that I'd be respectful and I wouldn't dunk on you or any of that stuff, but I do have some criticism that I desperately want to express to you.
As long as it's respectful. And it's
Steven, I know you think that, but in reality, DSP told us the actual thing he was trying to get done was a positive DSP documentary. It would have been a major project. It wouldn't be an interview, man. Even though he said in the intro video that the whole thing was an interview, but now it wasn't an interview, but it was back then, but now it's not. Pretty cool, huh? It's ever changing.
It's not, you know.
I'm going to do this in the most respectful way, and then I'll go. And of course you can respond, but I don't condone people harassing you, people doxing you, people going into your private, you know, life and doing all this horrible stuff that they've done.
Now we get all this like robe rubbing. Oh my god. Nose rubbing
is because people don't trust you. You
What? They don't trust me? What the fuck, man?
don't come across as trustworthy. So when you're on,
Yeah, literally, like, you could even get that just by watching this interview. You don't really need to know a lot. If you watch this interview, you start to see a very, like, prevalent pattern. He says, I don't know, or if he says, like, oh, I know for sure it's this, then someone says, well, what about this? Oh, actually, maybe. Like, he just goes back on a lot of the stuff he says half the time.
on stream and you're asking to pay utilities and rent
Run up
and
in
all
heaven, hell
that
yeah.
stuff, the audience is getting frustrated.
He nodded? Oh, shit.
So when you're on stream and you're asking
Yeah,
to
man.
pay utilities and rent and
He
all that
agrees.
stuff, the audience is getting frustrated and they look at you like you're a scammer and they want to know where this money is going. Well, how is he
The whales don't think that. You know what I mean?
always in this situation? What is he spending his money on? And that is the most.
And just remember, we still did not get an answer about his business expenses. We still don't know. We got stuff about Cat's healthcare, his healthcare, lawyer fees or legal fees, but we still to this moment don't know about his business expenses month to month. Very cool.
Motivation to dive into your personal
But
life.
Hulu is involved somehow, apparently. But it's not.
You had an opportunity on this show, and I watched it, to just pull up the screenshot and show the WWE account, and you didn't do it. Your internet cut off. At that point, when your internet cut off, and you were
DSP. Keem, the internet cut off when they were talking about the fappening. Okay, completely different. Okay, completely different, dude.
DDoSed and you were gone off stream, the opportunity is now gone. It's gone because while your internet was out,
DSP didn't understand what Keem meant, and so I didn't watch this part yet until like today. But when I was kind of catching the Cope stream here and there, DSP said, Keem said that, like, it's too late to show my WWE Champions account? I don't know what that means. And I'm just, like, thinking off of DSP's account that he just said it's too late to show it. And he left it at that, but he described why it was too late, in the sense that he could have doctored the account, which is the same excuse that DSP said why he can't show things, because people are going to claim that it's doctored. Which is, like, true. Like, that could be a risk. And, you know, the only thing that I will agree with that doesn't make sense that Keem said that is that he could have doctored it today. You know? You know what I mean? But whatever.
you could have made a fake screenshot. All right. You're never, ever going to be able to prove what your WWE account was or is ever again, because people will say he just photoshopped it. He just made it up. You're never going to be able to prove
say
that
anyway.
You had one opportunity
they were going to say it anyway. Okay.
to do it right away with
knows.
these guys, and that was it. And you didn't take advantage of it, because I personally, watching it, and so did the
So
audience.
if they were going to say that anyway, right? Oh my god, this is massively funny though. Like, if you think about it, right? Because actually, it gets even funnier. Even funnier. Correct? Keem is saying, like, oh, how can you prove it? It could be a fake account, it could be faked images, whatever. But if the images include a name, like a gamer tag, whatever, Craig or anyone else can look up that gamer tag. However you look up gamer tags in fucking WWE Champions or whatever the fuck you would use to verify that, and that's how they could figure it out. But, you know,
thought that you were lying.
it just gets funnier.
And if you are lying, if it is true and you're not being honest, if I were you, this is the best advice I could give you, right? Is just be like, look, this was my account. This is that. I would ask for a clean slate, and I would do things different, because this restarting level 1 over and over and over again is the root of all your problems, if that makes any sense.
I appreciate the input. It's not true, so I'm not going to do that. But I appreciate the input. If it were,
I mean, he could have done anything. To me, it's really sussy wussy that this dude fucking sent an email after the interview to Craig saying, Oh, how often do you check your email? Hey, Craig, I'm considering sending you an image. How often do you check your email? Like, what?
Guys, thank you guys so much for having me on.
Keemstar, thanks. Appreciate it, man.
Yep.
I'll appreciate you hopping on. Really appreciate it.
Definitely.
All right. Hey, Phil, you've been throwing curveballs today, which I did not see coming. All right, I did not see them coming at all. But
Story of my life, Craig. Story of my life.
Hey,
Yeah.
I appreciate
Props for
you
still being here.
Do you
Phil,
want to keep going?
honestly.
I've got till around 4 p.m. We could keep going. If you have more questions, I'm down for it.
So,
Well, hold on.
let me say this. I
It's
reached
almost
out.
10 p.m. for me, and I haven't.
Oh my god, this face, dude. He looks so fed up. Okay, enable preview. I'm gonna like just look at this. Just take a look at this. Then we'll return to normal. He looks so fucking done. He's like, "Oh, okay." Oh man, poor guy. You didn't see it coming, man. It's like that song from that game with the people in it. You know what I mean? Don't be fake. Keep it real. Keep it real. I do I. Da, 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 da. Okay. Is that? Yeah. And we shrink. And do that.
Had dinner, and so I can't go much longer. I'm
Give us 15
starving.
minutes. Let's go 15 more minutes.
Okay.
Okay. And if you guys are new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. Once
Does it
again, we
include
stream
it does
Monday
include
through
the
Friday
decompression.
at 11 a.m. Central Time.
wait, is this
We
the
have some
Patreon
great
stuff?
interviews coming
Oh,
up. Once
fuck.
again, Mark the Cyborg, James Rolfe, the Angry Video Game Nerd coming up. So make sure you guys are here for those. We'd really appreciate it. Once again, you can follow us over on Twitter at Side Scroller Pod. You can follow me at you can see down there, and Adam as well, and obviously Darkside Phil as well. Okay, so Phil, I reached out. We only have like 15 more minutes, and once again, I appreciate everybody hopping in, being a part of the day, being a part of the stream, and all your super chats have been amazing. I want to let you know that we will definitely take a look at them. I don't think we're going to read them on stream, but during our post show over at patreon.com/sidescroll, we'll bring Blabs and Travis in, and we'll continue on while so Adam can go continue on food. But I wanted to play some audio. This is actually, I reached out to several of your detractors. So, and I thought it would be fair to allow them to ask questions. So I wanted to play this for you, and we'll just kind of go from there. Okay? Does that sound good?
Sure. Fire away.
Are you okay with that?
I don't know who they are. I don't know what they're.
Yet again, remember, he said he didn't want to do anything with Rich because it was going to be a firing gallery. And now it's a shooting gallery.
Saying, obviously. So.
Well, this is from It's a Gundam. Are you familiar with that name?
I'm definitely familiar with the voice.
Okay. Well, you're gonna be.
What?
I don't know what they're saying, obviously. So.
Well, this is from It's a Gundam. Are you familiar with that name?
I'm familiar with the name, and I'm definitely familiar with the voice.
He's familiar with the name and the voice.
Okay. Well, you're gonna know the voice. So here you go. This is a question from him.
Hey there, Philly cheesesteak. Guess who it is? Your favorite YouTuber. We're best friends. Remember that time you thought it'd be funny to put a restraining order on me, Filbert? Well, Philly, my question is, what the hell did you spend $500,000.
This is what we get.
You didn't pay off your house. You didn't pay off the condo. You didn't pay off any car you own. You're in debt. Where did the money go? Why did you take business loans? What did you use the business loan money for? You never improved your content. You've been using the same camera for nigh on 5,000 years. If it wasn't for, like, the Dutch brothers sending you a new web camera or, like, LEDs in the background, you'd have no ideas.
At least he knows about the Dutch brothers. At least he knows that lore.
You're like a politician in San Francisco. If I went to the mayor, I said, Mayor of San Francisco, where did all that money go, that $120 million you defunded the police with and put it to black communities? Where did it go? You know, Phil, you screwed up. You never should have been a YouTuber. You should have been a politician in San Francisco. You would have gotten away with it, baby. If it wasn't for those meddling detractors.
Is it going to end at some point?
All right, it's over now.
It's actually not too late. I mean, politicians tend to be older.
Mm-hmm. Look, that was a long question. I think my first question after that is,
I mean, I think we handled that though already. We talked about that shit.
Well, but the 500,000. That's the first I've heard of that figure. Where is that?
No,
coming from, dude?
I mentioned it earlier. We talked about it. And
could be the bankruptcy. I'm not sure.
And I asked him, and if it was the bankruptcy, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you taken out any business loans? And if so, what were they used for?
Business loans?
Business loans? Okay, we're gonna pig go this. Because I swear he talked about business loans. No, wait, I'm an idiot. I misspelled business, dude.
Credit cards, business loans. And plus, it would be incredibly irresponsible because right now I'm in so much debt, right? I'm in so much debt right now. 2 mortgages, credit cards, business loans.
No.
Okay, I have to add this. I have to add this one thing. This is bullshit. I can't believe I didn't do this. No. Hold up. This is important. I need my guess what wrong clip. I need it. It's a very important clip to me. It's like my baby. Is this it?
Guess what? Wrong. Guess what? Wrong.
That is my favorite soundbite. Like, you guys don't know how much I love it.
Guess what? Wrong.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Title it. Then there we go.
If it was the bankruptcy, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you taken out any
All this
business
shit.
loans?
What if something?
And if so, what were they used for?
Business loans? No. Everything that
Guess what? Wrong. Irresponsible because right now I'm in so much debt, right? I'm in so much debt right now. 2 mortgages, credit cards, business loans, all this shit.
And what is this? This is Mega Man, so it probably isn't anything.
Wiley keeps getting business loans to build these fucking...
Fucking Wiley. Wiley wilding out. Now let's see what his loans gets. Bank doing loans and credit cards. You could probably you could honestly find other occasions of him mentioning business loans, but he brings up business loans here, and now he's saying he doesn't have it. Now you could look at it like this. he said it in the weekend preview. It's a business loan, and it's since that we know it's a business loan because of what he's streaming and all this stuff. But what he actually filed it in real life is a personal loan. But this is the thing. So that's so annoying about DSP. He says this stuff online, and then which may not be completely the truth in real life. But since he said business loan that week in preview, someone could easily assume he got a business loan. So when like someone says, "Hey Phil, what about that business loan?" and he says, "Where did you get that from?" It's like ridiculously annoying.
All that debt that got written off was credit cards and stuff. You know, now I'm trying to think. Oh, I had personal loans, not business loans. I've never taken out any kind of loan officially in the name of the business or anything.
Guess what? Wrong.
He claimed it was for the business. He said business loan.
Like that.
So he's pretty much finessing a personal loan into business. Uh-oh.
No.
Okay. Is there anything else, like, you know, I don't know. It's very rarely do you have an opportunity to kind of interact with.
Did he used to be on the Howard Stern show? His voice is so familiar to me. He used to be was he that clown guy?
Oh my god.
He sounds just like him.
Really? Really? Try to throw in a clown joke and it wasn't even that good.
Just like him. Now, I don't know. He's one of the many detractors who make videos about me. I've literally never watched a video of his. So I really don't have anything to say.
So then how did he know his voice? I never seen that video, but I know his voice.
Do you think that by not watching his videos, you're like, do you think that if you were to spend time watching their videos, you'd be able to
I guess it's from that react
and you know, you have a reaction channel. Don't you think there's an entire niche market of you reacting to negative content about yourself?
Perhaps in the future, yes. Now that I'm doing that, it's only been in operation for a month. It's something that I would consider dabbling in the future. The thing is,
he would dabble into reacting to detractor videos.
There is something with these detractors. The more attention you give them, just the worse it gets. It eggs them on to do more. So my opinion is people are not coming to my channel to see this. They don't care about that. They want to see gameplay. They want to see whatever. I don't want to inundate them with that stuff, so I don't address it.
But
okay, I was going to say a new show idea: the detractor reactor.
Yeah, maybe that should be something we do. A whole show where I react to
I've given you 2 good show names so far.
I did react to the original This Is How You Don't Play last year. So just want to talking 2 sides of the fence of how it's completely unfair how I'm treated. The guy tried to take it off the internet, so I couldn't react to it. Everyone else had done it, but when I went to do it myself, no, you can't do that, Phil. Like what?
He omits the whole point where he kind of rescinded the permission, but whatever.
Fair use.
Okay.
Got to download it next time.
Well, someone gave it to me, so.
Yeah, he doesn't need to download it. He has his little minions to do it.
Can we talk about that though, real quick? Have you ever tried to remove reactive content for your business that people have reacted from?
Reactive content. So you're saying someone actually watching my content and reacting to it,
or just posted clips of it?
The only time that I have tried to ever take anyone down was straight up ripping the raw content and illegally reposting it with absolutely no transformative work whatsoever added to it. The moment that someone's there and they're talking about it, that's transformative. I know, because everyone does it.
He did not believe that for a while.
The only way that
and he kept calling them criminals like Tevin, right? Correct?
Right now, if they rip this raw podcast from
Tevin belongs in jail.
No context, no commentary. That's illegal.
You think he's a good person? It's like saying Robin Hood was good. What the fuck? But the Robin Hood's a drug dealer, so you know.
I understand that, right? And technically, legally, you are correct, right? But this goes back to like this is the internet, and the internet. I know that people are going to take this episode and like if I'm sure Gundam and Keem and all sorts of people are going to go and they're going to make content based off of this content. But ultimately, and we could get upset about that because legally, bleh, right? But
legally, blah.
Ultimately, that's going to help the show. That will benefit side scrollers because more people know about side scrollers, right? So,
correct.
You know, I just feel like I feel like I've kind of zeroed in on what's happening. Like, Phil, the internet has changed, and you haven't necessarily changed with the internet. Over, you know, whether it's the things that we've talked about today. And so there's big opportunity for you to adapt and change with the internet. You've changed some formats, you've changed some, changed your content and such, but the internet still is adapting, and it's adapting literally exponentially fast. And it's something that, needs to be done if you're going to be, a relevant content producer online. And I don't know. I mean, I would just love to hear your thoughts on that. That's just a reoccurring theme that I've heard.
Rip DSP.
Well, of course, what I'm going to say is, well, today I've changed and I'm much different. Because he said that a million times already on the show, right? I mean, I really am trying to be different and more receptive to criticism and being open. Like the React stuff I'm doing right now that I just started doing last month. That's something I was so against for so many years. And that's a running pattern with me. I'm stupid. I'm ignorant. I say dumb stuff. Then someone finally says, "Hey, Phil, wake up, stupid head. Check this out." And actually.
But the only way that he does that, like someone woke him up to it, is when there's money involved. Like when he knows he can make money on it. Oh, he happens to just be receptive of it. He that's the thing. Like he didn't want to do React content because he didn't want to risk making no money on it. But now they're saying like, oh, people could become members and do this ka-ching ka-ching.
Actually, there is some meaning to doing that. You can add context. You can add, your own perspective. You can make a React that's not just being dumb stuff, but instead intelligent content. And now I know that. I need to keep doing that. I feel like I'm getting better at it. It's a work in progress, just like everything in life, and with any person who's trying to grow or evolve. It's a work in progress. For me to become more open-minded. I feel I'm a lot better at walking in other people's shoes now. I'm a lot better at listening to other perspectives and suggestions for improvement. You're right. I need to adapt and be open-minded to change in the future. Correct.
No.
Phil, I gotta say, it took a lot of balls to come on the show and handle the questions.
You know what? I wonder when he's gonna do the DSP Asks It video. No, remember when he was gonna do that?
That's the one actual positive thing I hear, is that Phil never gives up. Phil is the unbreakable rock that the waves crash against, and he's still gonna be here at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, I put up with all of it, and I'm not going anywhere, man. I'm gonna keep making content. I'm not gonna give up on it. I love it. It's my passion. It really is my passion. Best job I've ever had.
Yeah, you literally can't do anything else.
To be here with
he has
you guys,
to be here.
Honest with you as much as I could. Thank you. You guys were great hosts. I know it sounds like we're ending now. It was a great, great opportunity.
It sounds like we're ending now.
Out there. Thank you.
Well, and we appreciate you coming on. We still got a few more minutes because I want Adam to be able to get food. But is there anything that you feel that you need to touch on before we leave? Before we part today?
This part's good. All right, guys, this is it. Not just kidding. We're gonna listen to this.
So there's so much. I mean, we could go on for hours and hours. The things people have said about me grooming my ex-girlfriend. Is
that ridiculous. What you want to focus on?
I mean, technically he did, if you think about it, because he talked her into moving to Seattle with him. Like, he took her all the way across the country. Like, you don't think that's a little weird? Like, okay. He did talk to her in DMs for a bit. Like, Leanna, man, Tevin probably would have a better account than me on this. But, didn't she say, like, he kept bugging her in DMs? Hello, Theo, son. Hello. He should have never brought the panda up. Yeah, he probably shouldn't have. But whatever.
Oh no, he asked you specific.
And then he says like how she's 17. Like even if we agree, and it was before she was 18. Even if we agree with that, him also saying specifically he waited until she's 18 is really fucking creepy. Like it doesn't help his case either. Like even if we go by his account of it, saying I waited for her to be 18 is kind of creepy. Like it's dude, it's like that scene. It's like Arrested Development season 4, right? Where George Michael goes to Sudden Valley and that's got loaded with sex offenders and shit, and George Michael didn't know. He didn't know, right? It's literally that. It's that kind of shit. Because it's why they're all kind to George Michael, because he's legal age and he looks the way he looks. So that's kind of like what it comes off as. Because I said this before, it doesn't matter if he's not, like, he's in the legal realm of when he should be dating an 18-year-old. People can still sit there and be like, yeah, this is kind of weird. It's like, come on, man. Because I always thought it was weird, right? that he celebrated her 21st and he's in his 30s. And it's like, dude, if you're in your 30s, like mid to late 30s or so, whatever the fuck, and you're celebrating your girlfriend's 21st, is kind of weird. Kind of rough. And then he brags about how Kat's like a little bit more older, but even though she's kind of also a little too young too, but whatever.
Specifically, is there anything that you want to bring up?
Okay, well let's do this. Phil, would you be open to coming back on again?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
You guys are great.
We could do like a part 2. And,
Sweet, part 2.
Just kind of hit on more. Of those
Yeah,
things,
we're gonna
right?
get
So
that part 2, guys. We're definitely gonna do it.
Conscious of everybody's time. All right, well let's do this. We'll schedule a part 2 for some time down the line, right? And you know, get you on for a part 2. But in the meantime, what is the one thing that you would?
Yeah, and then with Kat, he exiled her from the internet. Like, she is not allowed to be on the internet, which is really funny. And what else? She can't stream anymore. She didn't bring her clothes because reasons. She did send her PC though. That the gamer PC did get saved, but it doesn't get used anymore, and DSP will not touch it. So that's fun.
Wish you could address right now that we haven't addressed today.
Oh my gosh. You know,
Well, the first thing you just said was that grooming shit. Like, what's up with that? Because
what's up with that?
It's blatantly false. It's my ex I met. She contacted me. I never contacted her. She contacted me via YouTube DMs when
He says this, but it's also sus, right? Because she was a fan that contacted him, and then before you know it, she's moving in with him. Like,
they were a thing. That's how long ago this was. Over a decade ago. She was an adult, a legal adult.
Man, this is. She was a legal adult, guys. Calm down.
We spoke for months before we ever started dating. People say I met her when she was like 16 and I groomed her.
No, they said 17. They did not say 16. I'm pretty sure it was 17. I'm like 80%. If it's 16, then I'm shook. But I'm pretty sure it's 17.
For years. I never even spoke to her until after she was 18.
Didn't speak to her till after she's 18. I waited until she's 18.
It's a complete and bold-faced lie, okay? Another thing. I'm sorry that I have to bring this up, but I talked with my wife about it.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I know Leanna definitely did bring it up in her own vlogs. I only know that because I watched Tevin's react-a-thon of the Pain to Leave vlogs, which which is quite a era of detractor content. But this is also funny.
I never even spoke to her until after she was 18. It's a complete and bold-faced lie, okay? Another thing. I'm sorry that I have to bring this up, but I talked with my wife about it. I want to get this out in the open.
I talked to my wife about this, and I want it out in the open. He wants this out in the open. He wants it out in the open.
People say that I'm some kind of a horrible woman abuser, and basically.
Okay. Literally, the only thing I've said is that DSP is a mental manipulator and all this stuff, which is a form of abuse if you really want to take it that far. But yeah, he's not like throwing Kat down the stairs and saying she tripped, and he's not like taking the whip out or anything. He's not doing any of that. Obviously.
Basically, I groom these women and I bring them into to my personal life. My wife and I met online, casually talking.
Oh, we know. Let's see. I'm gonna bring up the tweet because that's fun. We gotta protect the tweeters, dude. Chaos Realm. It might be harder because I've been noticing. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. There it is. All right. Let's go back to main. This is her Twitter. She says she's in Japan. That's obviously incorrect because trollface, obviously. Let's go to. Oh, I might not be able to find it in this account. Now that I think about it, because DSP blocked me because I said Street Fighter V was fun, and he hates when people say Street Fighter V is fun. Apparently, that's really bad. Don't ever say to anyone Street Fighter V is fun. If you say that, you might get blocked. Just a heads up. Oh, come on. No. Oh, I'll do it the other way. I have to. Okay, I know what I have to do. I have to go to our account. I have to do this, copy the URL. This is bullshit. Okay, you know what? After this, I'm following this account on my art account. Yeah, I have an art Twitter. Yeah, that's right. There we go. Then we'll do this. Should show up. Or will it? Here it is. And look who's there in the DMs. Not DMs, the replies. So I just realized that my Persona 5 video from today was cut short because OBS decided to screw up again. Why? Yeah, sadly, OBS is wonky. If you use OBS Studio, it at least gives you a pop-up saying the recording failed. So you don't keep going. What? But wait. She's saying she has OBS, it's screwing up. OBS is wonky. If you use OBS Studio, it at least gives you a pop-up saying the recording failed. But it's saying it. Oh my god, this conversation is fucking silly. And then this person replied, "You dodged a bullet, my man. Try to." I get this joke now. I get it. It's pretty funny. Big up Strict Store. Sadly, she was using a newer version than him. Yeah.
For a few months before we ever started dating or anything like that.
But that's where it started. It was literally OBS issues. But even though he said earlier in this that he was talking to her like months ago.
Okay.
Okay. Correct.
Basically, she was in a really bad place in her life, an abusive relationship. She got out of that relationship, and once she did, then we started talking a little bit more romantically.
Wait, what? Whatever.
And things pursued. People made stuff up and said that I basically stole her from her ex and that he's a victim. It's funny because when you look on the internet,
you know, it's really funny that he hyped up discussing the story, how they first met for years and then stopped doing it. And then he brings it up here casually, like, yeah, man, she was in an abusive relationship. And this is like information you probably shouldn't share because the trolls didn't know this. And he's giving the trolls this information. The trolls didn't know this. And he's like, yeah, well, stupid trolls didn't know this. Now you know it.
That they will find all this public information about me and my personal life. They'll find my bankruptcy. They'll find all these statements.
So they find public information. Let me give you a private info. Let me give you something private. That sounds really cool.
Did you ever find the restraining order that she had against her ex?
Did you ever find the restraining order against her ex? Now, if we used our big boy brains, which we all do, we all are smart here. There's probably a reason, right? Why the restraining order may not have been public at all. Sure, it might be state reasons, whatever. But you also assume, right, that it's a personal matter. Like, it's kind of personal to talk about restraining orders and abusive ex-boyfriends, whatever the fuck. Like, it's kind of personal to get into that. And he just kind of throws it out there. Like, you didn't know this, well, now you know. It's like, this is the one thing that was private, and he just kind of put it out there. Because he wants it out there. He wants it out there. What a cool husband. Major cool statement, DSP. You're great.
Because he was hitting her. Right? About me and my personal life. They'll find my bankruptcy.
And then I love the mannerisms. Right? This is how you bring it up. Not only did he bring it up because he wants to bring it up, but he did it as a flex. Imagine using your wife's past that's private and toxic as a flex. Wait, where is it?
I am not crazy.
There we go.
Bankruptcy, they'll find all these statements. Did you ever find the restraining order that she had against her ex because he was hitting her?
Yeah, dumbass trolls. Why didn't you find out more personal information about Kat? Guys, find more personal information, man. What the fuck? The trolls have more personal information, man.
Right? But, you know, make him look like a good guy on the internet, right? Which is what...
I don't think anyone was saying Subaru Man was a great guy. They weren't saying he was a bad guy either, but as far as we all know, he was just a guy. And DSP took Kat away from him, and I guess he wants to frame it in a positive way. See, I got her out of that toxic relationship, and it's like, okay, dude. But I mean, I think it says a lot when you're trying to use it as a flex. You know what I mean? Like, man.
What they've done, my detractors have actually done this. They've gone into her personal life with her family. She has nothing to do with me or...
And then, like, what if the trolls make fun of her being abused? I mean, that's not really cool. I don't agree making fun of abused victims. But what if people did that? You think that'd be cool? You think DSP would be like, oh man, cool. I mean...
My content. Stop. If you're going to be a good guy on the internet, right? Which is what they've done. My detractors have actually done this. They've gone into her personal life with her family. She has nothing to do with me or my content. Stop. If you're going...
Stop. Why is he confessing this? He talked to her, Brandon. He said, I talked to my wife and I want it out there. Like, man. Either he lied and he didn't get permission, or they're both really fucking stupid. Like, dude, are they really that stupid? Maybe.
Going to mess with me, that's one thing. Leave my family, leave my everyone out of it. Make fun of me, put the brunt on me.
Okay. People have done this and he still cried about it. Like, Rich literally shat on DSP specifically. And DSP said he's a terrible person and he's dead to him because Rich dared to say that DSP played mobile games. He has shat on so many people who made fun of him. And now he's like, make fun of me, man. Okay.
It's one of my biggest regrets as a content creator. I never meant for anyone to get hurt doing this. Never. I feel awful that my wife every day is feeling awful about things going on. Like, why are they saying these things about her? She has nothing to do with any of this. Leave her out of it, all right?
She has nothing to...
Just all this stuff. I mean,
she has nothing to do with it. Leave her out. I mean, I agree. People should, like, kind of leave her alone, but, I mean, you know, shit happens.
I'm sure there's a million other things. There'll be a part 2. We'll get to it then.
There'll be a part 2.
Things that have always been horrible to women. If anything, you will never ever 1,000,000%. Just all this stuff. I mean, I'm sure there's a million other things. There'll be a part 2. We'll get to it then. But those are two things that have always been horrible to women. If anything,
you're horrible to people.
You will never ever 1,000,000%. You will never find someone on the internet saying that Phil was in a sex scandal.
That we know of. What if, see, this is silly. I one day I hope Panda Lee decides she had enough and she's gonna come on, she's gonna do a stream, a tell-all stream. I'm gonna leak everything. I'm gonna tell you all about Phil Burnell.
Phil was abusive to women in the past. I have never done that in my life.
He literally wanted to wake up Leanna when she was sick, by the way, to cook for him. So that's something good to do to women. I don't abuse anyone, but I made sure Leanna, when she was sick, was able to cook din din for me. Okay. Insert title gaming. Really hoping for that Keem and Panda stream just for a look into the life of... Yeah. No, it should be called... it needs a meme name. I don't know, but yeah. The life of the guy.
1,000,000%. You know...
Yeah, the hospital incident. He asked her when she was, like, loopy on drugs or whatever the fuck that the doctor gave her, and then said, "Can I tell them about your panic attack?" And she said yes. And it's like, dude, she's kind of loopy. You sure that's a good state of mind to get a permission from?
But they want to say it, and it really irks me the wrong way. So.
Wait, what?
It's abusive to women in the past. I have never done that in my life. 1,000,000%. But they want to say it, and it really irks me the wrong way.
It irks me the wrong way, man. They really want to say it.
I understand.
And then he smiles. Then he smiles. He says all that ends with a smile.
Right. Well, look, I think this is a great place to stop.
I agree. Great place.
Definitely, I'll email you. I won't DM you. I promise. I'll email you, and we'll.
But what is the difference between a DM and an email, if you think about it?
Set up a part 2. I think that there's still a lot to cover.
They're both text-based.
I know that I speak for everybody when I say we appreciate your time, we appreciate your patience, we appreciate taking the time to allow us to kind of poke and prod. And I know you I had no intentions of this being like an interrogation interview. Hopefully, you didn't feel like it was an interrogation interview.
I'm irked.
But hopefully, you feel like we're fair, because I feel like I said, I try to be fair to me, fair to whoever we're interviewing, and fair to the audience. So hopefully, you feel that was the case.
I do. Ultimately, I would hope that once we've had all these episodes of the interrogation, that I can just be a normal guest. I love you guys, man.
I love you guys.
Fan
He wants to be a normal guest. But there was gonna be a part 2, excuse me. Okay.
In the day. You were playing a video 2 days ago of a MagFest where we're peeing on Shaq Fu. I was in that video. That's how long I've been a fan of Screw Attack. I just want to chill with you guys and have a normal show. I don't want your whole show to be the Dark Side Phil show.
But it could have been. It literally could have been. But instead he allowed them to talk him into this.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to get to that point. I love it for sure.
Man, I kind of want to know the conversation, because you could make the argument probably that Craig was baiting DSP on and dangling the normal guest thing in his as a carrot, like, oh yeah, man, come on my stream, but we're gonna do this interview, and then after that, then you'll be a normal guest, Phil. Yeah, man. And then he does, and then he rescinded the possibility. But again, if you listen to the DSP side of the story, it only became an interview like this because of the trolls. And it's just why didn't he, if he didn't want to do it, why didn't he at least try to ask? Because again, the thing is, if DSP at least said, I don't want to do it, and just straight up said, I just want a normal show, and then Craig just kept insisting on it, that's one thing. But if you just listen to the story in of itself, it doesn't sound like that. And it sounds like DSP just was okay with this. He preyed on his loneliness. That was his depression. I was at my lowest point, and Craig, he attacked me. He preyed upon my depression, man. It's bullshit. That's what he would say, man.
Well, once again, if you guys are new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. We're going to end the stream here. Once again, make sure you guys subscribe for part 2. But we're going to continue with
before we end. Hold on, I just want to say to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I could say at least it could have been the trolls approached Craig at some point or whatever, and then Craig then went back to DSP and said, "Hey, I think he could have just offered yeah, we could switch it to be an interview, and we could just squash this, in the stream. Then we'll have you back on." And DSP could have, and then just said, yeah, that sounds good to me, when he could have just said no. If it was initially promised or stated that it was going to be a normal, show, and then, that's one thing. But it's very hard to tell with DSP, because he's not a very, honest storyteller. It's hard to believe him. He has a very bad precedent of telling lies, man.
Ported.
Yes.
Today. Thank you so much. I don't know how we're gonna handle it. We've been going for 5 hours. This is I had no idea what to expect.
Because the other thing that DSP throws in there is that the trolls made this interview happen. Meanwhile, Craig asked for information on DSP, And that could have just been an honest, like, hey, we'll have like a little mini segment asking DSP about certain questions or whatever. And then ask a few, like, troll questions. And it could have just gone from that. And Dude's track history with fellow content creators, he usually defers to bigger figures. I think he saw these guys as middling, that he could jump in with them and be another big guy. Yeah, and I also feel like he wanted to use the Pignosis on this too. He wanted to kind of like spread his pre-stream bullshit here too.
It's pretty crazy, but I really do want to say thank you to everyone out there who
thumbs up
know our show or not. This is like kind of like what they just said. It's not what our show is. We shoot the shit about video games, talk about weird cultural stuff. It's a lot of fun. I feel like Craig and Phil were talking, and Craig wanted to give Phil a platform to basically, you know, make your piece. So I don't know when number 2 will be, but normally we read all our super chats throughout it, and it didn't.
Let's give it about the grease being poured down the toilet.
I'm sure there's a lot of them.
They said that you pour grease down the toilet. What do you have to say here for yourself?
Really, would throw things to the side. We know about everything that is going on the internet. I feel like Craig did a fantastic job of putting questions together. That was his journalism degree, by the way. I mean, fantastic. He actually used it for the first time in his life. Congratulations, by the way, Craig.
All right, nice.
So thank you very much for your support.
Nice,
I really
very
appreciate it
nice.
all right, please continue, Craig.
Yeah, and once again, we're going to continue with our post show over on. And Phil, you can bounce whenever you like. But we're going to
I'll stick around, man. Listen,
I'll stick
support good
around.
people making good content. These are good people. Your other hosts are good people. I would love to do a post show with you guys too if you want. I'm here.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we'll continue the post show over there.
Sweet.
Over at patreon.com/sidescrollers. You guys can go over there and support the show there. We appreciate everybody popping in. I hope that you guys come back tomorrow. That's the big thing. You can have a great
this
show,
whole interview was wild.
And join this amazing little positive community we have going on over here. So make sure you guys hit the subscribe button on your way out. Mark it on your calendar every Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock Central Standard Time. So with all that said, remember, people are trying to keep you down. Don't let them. You guys got a goal. Go get it. I'll see you guys later. Twitch, we're going to say goodbye to you now. Goodbye. And all our friends over on YouTube, we'll see you guys over on patreon.com/sidescrollers. So with that said.
Oh, was that too early?
It was too early, but not too gone. We're about to finish now.
Time to skedaddle on out of here.
There we go. Lots of fatalities. Good. All right,
my wife came in the room.
Oh man, I'm surprised I didn't bring that up. So, you know, we finished the interview, right? And then like they ended it with fatality. And of course they would end it like that because they're trolls. They tricked me, man. The whole fatality thing was saying that they fatality'd me.
And
oh shit. All right, I think this is where I'm gonna end it for today. It is a post show, so it's not a big deal. We did get through the big meat. We went through the meat. We will get through the chaff eventually.
What if something were to happen to me? God forbid. You know, I'm in
God
good
forbid.
health here. I don't think that anything's gonna happen. I don't, no lingering health problems.
Oh yeah, this is when you talk about getting engaged to Leanna.
Whatever. But who knows what could happen, right? What if I were to pass away right after we get married? How is she going to pay all that debt? It's impossible. That would be incredibly irresponsible and fucked up of us, or fucked up of me.
Yeah, I saw the clip.
Put that burden on her. So no, there's no plan right now at all to get married anytime soon until I can get myself somehow out of this financial hole.
No plan to get married. Is there any worthy clips? DJ says is the key component to the lolcow podcast. That's why wait, what? DJ gets doesn't have positive emails and people asking for favors he won't do because drama. Oh man, wild clips. Let me tell you something, brother. Snort. Yeah, his age hit him like a truck.
Do I think Wings dislikes me because of the lolcow podcast falling apart? I don't know, and I don't really care. If he dislikes me for something like that, that's silly. If he dislikes me for anything else, that's valid. Okay, you have a right.
Did Wings say anything about disliking DSP, or is someone just baiting?
Dislike someone, that's your prerogative in life. But I have the right to choose if I want to do something with my own life and my own content. And I have the right to say I don't want to do something, right? That's my right. And sorry if you lost an opportunity because I wouldn't participate. Maybe that means the opportunity was stupid to begin with. Why is it hinging on every single person being involved? It doesn't make sense, right?
Right.
It's really stupid. If anything, all right, can we be really honest here? You want to know the truth?
I mean, he could have said the point, like, why couldn't this show happen without me? You know, like, he does technically have a point in that way, because they could have done the podcast without him. Like, why did the podcast need DSP in the first place? But whatever. Like,
truth, the whole show hinges on me. The show doesn't work without me. You understand?
Oh.
Like,
wait,
the show with
why?
Me and Boogie, or the show with me and Wings, is still the show. If I'm not the show doesn't work. Do you understand?
Wow. So, this dude, he was like, Keem is egomaniacal. Look how ego he is. I have to drop my phone and, like, stop what I'm doing all day to talk to him. And then here, the show hinges on me. Wow. Wow. And this is, like, after the interview, and he didn't think about what he said about Keem? Pretty cool.
So I was the key component of the show, or else the show would have went on without me. So there you have it. Or else it would have just happened, you know? So thanks. Thanks, everyone on the internet, for admitting that. Let's be honest, without me, it wouldn't have worked. Because it did. That's why the show never happened.
How does he know that's why, though? There could have been other reasons. What if it's a money issue? What if it was not easily divided by two?
Against anyone else involved. You know, Boogie and Wings, like I said, they're fine individuals and they're entertaining guys, and I feel like they could do a show. I don't know why they didn't. Honestly, they should have. They should have just done the show without me. Yeah, you know, let them, if they really want to do it or whatever.
I mean,
if they wanted to
this would have been a better point if he just kept it at, well, why couldn't the show just continue without me? Like, why did I need to be there? You know, why couldn't they, you know, he could have just said that and leave it at that. But no, he had to say the other stuff to make him feel better.
Do it without Keemstar. Like I said, I was very willing to do something with those two guys without
but
involvement.
Why couldn't they do the show and still get the 50K without him? Like, why did the 50K have to be tied to Phil? Like that he has a point with, but I wouldn't say that it didn't happen because he was the key component. Because there could have been other factors.
But I guess it was all about.
But I don't know.
Is what it was. I still feel like the show, if we had done it together without Keemstar's involvement, still would have been popular. It still would have gotten views. It would have made us money. We would have gotten contributions during it. It would have been great. I don't get
the leader of the
I don't understand why we couldn't just do it without him. I would have done it.
That would have been funny.
Oh well.
But the other thing is, why couldn't he do it then? If he didn't want to do it with Keem, why couldn't he do it himself? Take the initiative. Why he steals so many people's ideas? Why not steal that idea?
There you go.
By the way, that was a good.
I don't understand
pause.
why we couldn't just do it without him. I would have done it. But oh well.
Oh, damn it.
We would have gotten contributions during it. It would have been great. I don't get it. I don't understand why we couldn't just do it without him. I would have done it. But oh well.
He literally looks like Mr. Bean. He like a stupid Mr. Bean.
There you go.
There you go.
That's correct. Oogie Boogie from The Nightmare Before Christmas. That's who we're speaking of. No, I haven't heard that King Cobra JFS has been asking to interview me, nor do I care. I'm not going to be, I'm not doing any more. I told you I'm done with it. I'm done with that nonsense. It's over. There was a chance for it to actually happen and be real, and the chance was squandered. The chance was ruined. So now I'm done.
Squandered and ruined by people he claimed were fair and honest and cool.
With it. You had your fun. You wasted your opportunity. It's over. Oh well.
Oh well. Yeah, for now. Until 4 years from now when he's like, I want to get interviewed. That's what's gonna happen, man. DSP gets to.
That people, you know, were as much as.
Look how much of a baby this dude is.
And I really appreciate that people, were as much as they could be nice to me this week, and I apologize that basically I haven't really talked about it because here's the thing, as I told you guys, I really, really, really want to move past the online drama shit. I'm just done with it. I really don't care about it anymore. I just want to sit here and make content that I like making, and you guys.
All right.
This is literally why I'm hated on the internet, is their bullshit. It's not things that I'm actively doing every day on my streams. It's the nonsense and the fervor they kick up around.
You chose to be on the interview,
keep
DSP.
amplifying it on the internet for personal gain.
Well, whatever.
I want no part of it. There's no me going in another interview, me trying to stand here and defend myself. It's not going to do anything because those people.
DSP wants to defend himself. He wanted to defend himself. Now he's like, I don't want to defend myself. Okay.
Are beyond listening to reason. They don't care. They're only in it for the personal gain. So why waste time, right?
Right.
So I've gotten, no exaggeration, I've gotten dozens and dozens of very positive messages and emails. And some people are even like in the email, feel free to read this out. And I'm like, understand, I really appreciate it. I've read every single message I got this week. I promise you I did. All right? But I don't even want to read them out. Only because all that does is it just continues the circus of nonsense. You see? Giving more attention and more light to bullshit.
He gets positive emails. I don't want to read them because I'll get made fun of. What the fuck? He can't even read an email. Wow.
Bullshit that I'm done with. I'm 40 years old. I'm about to be 41 years old in just a couple of weeks.
Oh my god. I hate this. Every time his birthday's around the corner, he says, next year, January, I'm gonna be 42. I'm 41, gonna be on 42. It's like, okay, we get it. We don't need to keep hearing that.
I don't care about the bullshit anymore. I have no time for it,
I don't care, but I won't read an email that's sucking my dick because of the trolls.
You get to a certain age, you're like, I'm so far past this nonsense.
You get to a certain age, you literally wanted to do an interview to address the nonsense. You wanted that. You wanted this.
That I just don't care about.
I got it. That's what happens when you're 40, right? When you're 40, you want interviews and you want to address the nonsense. But when you're 41, that's when it ends.
People and anything they say. So it's that simple, all right? So please understand, I really don't want to talk about it anymore for good reason, And you know what's really funny? You're going to love this one.
You're going to love this
one. I
one.
shit you not. A couple people, not just one, a couple people reached out to me this week. Listen to this.
Listen to this.
For a favor. A favor. You're asking me for a favor this week. The week when the entire...
This dude asks for favors all the time. And now he's like, you're asking me for a favor?
Entire internet decided they wanted to dump on Darkside Phil unfairly. You want a favor from me.
Dude, the whole interview. I'm a little guy. I'm a baby. You want a favor from moi? Me?
You have to be the stupidest individuals on the planet to reach out to me for a favor this week. If ever you were gonna, like how dumb can you be? Really?
What was the favor?
You have to have no brain in between the ears to say, oh, I'm gonna ask Phil for some help this week. No. How about?
But who are these people asking for a favor? Because because if you listen to this, think about it. He's upset at Southern Craig and Adam. So why does their actions affect this other party that's asking for a favor? Why is he clipping all these people all together? It doesn't make sense. Make it make sense.
I'm gonna stay in my community, in my bubble. I'm gonna put out fun content for all you guys, and that's all I care about. No more of this bullshit. I'm not.
He just trading behind the scenes, dude.
This or that. How about you go fucking give yourself a reach around, and leave me alone. All right. No more favors. No more Mr. Nice Guy here, because I had.
Okay. When did he do anyone a favor though? That's a real question. When was the last time he did a favor? The only thing I could think of is honestly when he did that thing for Venomous Fat Man, Aka, Jake James Lugo. That's the only time I would say he did a favor. And you saw how that turned out.
Had enough. I'm tired of being the whipping boy and then everyone treats me like shit. But I'm supposed to just take it on the chin and to be nice to everyone else. No more. No more bullshit.
But are you Mr. Positive?
You want to treat me like shit, don't ever come to me for nothing. Because it's hilarious that I'm sorry, like, what?
But who are these people? Who's asking you these favors?
You dare to come to me this, of all the times this week. I know you don't understand because why would I give you details? It's just hilarious. It's fucking hilarious.
Then why'd bring it up?
That's this way. Like, what are you, stupid? Yeah, you have to be. So.
He just wants attention.
I am not entertaining it any further, and I apologize. I already apologized yesterday, but I know that when this stuff happens, it affects the community. It doesn't just affect me.
It affects the community.
In a very negative way. You guys don't want this. And obviously, this was not what was intended. I was assuming that I was going to be treated fairly. I really wasn't. And the thing is, like, so many people have reached out to me to explain everything in better than I understood it. Essentially kind of saying, to a lot of people, the whole thing looked like it was unfair from the start. Personally, I felt that everything was going to go down interview-wise the way that it did. I had no idea there was going to be this insane amount of drama follow-up, that there was going to be harassment after.
Harassment?
In fact, none of that was agreed to. Going to go down interview-wise the way that it did. I had no idea there was going to be this insane amount of drama follow-up, that there was going to be harassment after the fact. None of that was agreed to.
So when you get DSP on your show, you have to also agree with him about the show that he's not on, that you do the following day. He has to have a say and approval of that. That makes him seem really cool, right? And the other thing is, they asked him if he was okay with Keem being on the show. And yet again, another instance where DSP turned the car off the cliff and then said, why did the car do that? I'm driving on the road, right? And I see that there's no railing, but I wanted to turn the car to the right anyway, so I turned it, and then I fell off the cliff. I didn't agree to that when I bought the car. What the fuck?
And that was all incredibly unprofessional and just horrible. Because like I said, it doesn't just affect me. It affects the entire community around me and my content who don't deserve to have negativity thrown their way because of a bunch of scumbags.
It's kind of funny. The quarter interview ended on where the load went. Then when the side scrollers did the dick joke, he just left. It was all right, that's the cue to leave. But then he came back, and then it got worse. That was literally the turning point. Literally, the turning point was when they made the dick joke. That was the turning point of the whole interview. The interview was just kind of... It was a bumpy ride, for sure. But it could have been salvaged. He could have left at that point, and then it would have been... And then he probably would have done a part 2. But he came back, and the moment he came back, it just got worse. It never recovered. It never recovered.
Gain, you know what I'm saying? So it's really messed up, and I'm sorry for that. All right, and that's why I've learned my lesson. No more interviews, no more bullshit. I'm done with it. There's absolutely no reason, and it's because some people are like, well, what you should really do is you should reach out to a content creator who would understand you, maybe another person who's a streamer on your level who's been around for a long time. No. You don't understand.
I don't know if it was Piece of Peace or Meerkat. I think it was Piece of Peace. He said that he should have done the interview with Destiny. And I agreed. Think about it. It's really funny in hindsight that he said that Destiny was going to set him up, and all Destiny was going to do was have WWE people ask him questions that Destiny was going to tell them to ask him. That was it. That was the extent of what Destiny wanted to do. And he was like, he was going to set me up, man. And then he goes on the side scrollers, and you could probably argue that it was a setup job, but I don't think it was. You know what I mean?
I really don't feel like there's anyone that would treat me fairly at this point. And
it's also kind of funny, right? The quartering shat on DSP after the interview, and he was fine with that. Side Scrollers does it. That's fucked up. That's bad.
I think everyone would just see the dollar signs and see the boost in popularity they would get for crapping on me and my community, and they're just going to.
I don't watch a lot of Destiny, so I don't know.
I'm not going to put us into that situation.
I don't know if it would be factually worse.
Okay, so
I wouldn't know.
I'm done with it. Okay, I'm not entertaining it. And by the way, this is going to be a very strict policy around here. You bring up drama on my streams and you're gone. So I'm done with it. Okay, I'm not entertaining it. And by the way, this is going to be a very strict policy around here.
Very strict.
You bring up drama on my streams and you're gone. If it's something that happened on the stream, okay? Let's say, for example, there's some silly stuff happening in the chat. It's an observation from the game. You want to talk about that or whatever, that's fine. The moment people start bringing up crap from outside these streams that has nothing to do with me, that someone else made up, someone else is saying some other drama.
What about the time when you mentioned Kat's ex-boyfriend? What about that?
And I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to know about it. Done. So, no tolerance, no nonsense policy moving forward. It just has to happen.
He had this policy for years, supposedly. It's really funny that this rule has been added to the rules every day since the beginning of his streaming career. He literally had this rule: don't bring up troll content, don't bring up troll content, no nonsense, no nonsense, no nonsense. And then watch, 2025 rolls around. All right, guys, that's it. No more nonsense. If I see nonsense in my chat, ban.
Because it's the only way that's going to stop us from being derailed. Okay?
Derailed.
It's that simple. So, you are silly today. What is going on? You want to watch a teaching? So we're done, guys, all right? And I had to get that out of the way because now we're moving forward. Next week, we're going to be 1,000,000% past this, and we're going to be so into new stuff and fun stuff that it's going to be like I like to say it's a fart in the wind. It stunk for a little bit, but it flew away, and we don't have to worry about it anymore, all right? It's meaningless.
All right.
So
correct. Okay. We're gonna watch the Guilty Gear Badman trailer. Because why not? Why not, dude?
Meaning. Brother left me a meaning?
I want this song. I want the song.
Ways to rule my head.
You can't stop it, so move. Would you mind leaving me alone? Something is wrong. I've never seen it act like this before. Brother's program shouldn't run haywire like that. Dad, run away!
I'm not a dead man guy, but this is my kind of dead man.
Fine, only today. It's dangerous. Brother, I never wanted that. This is just an ordinary dream. Sleep well.
Sleep well. Can't wait for this fucking character. Cute anime girl with big robots. Yeah, hell yeah. And it's like a cool robot. I love that the robot's like fucked up. Pretty cool. Like how I didn't know I wanted. Hell yeah. I know the original Bedman, and I wasn't a fan of the original Bedman, but this is my kind of Bedman. I want to do the biking trailer. I don't think I ever watched the biking trailer. Or did I?
お頼み申す。お頼み申す。卒じながら冥府はいずこ。下道が笑えば民が泣く。諸行に拉致なき沙汰あれば魔道の始末を。
So I guess I'm not watching DSP's birthday bash. I'm gonna be playing Bedman.
指導死に花無料の所存。
Black Doom's getting hyped.
There's no winning or losing.
I didn't need to watch it. I knew I wanted it.
Right.
I knew I wanted to play her.
You. I get it. I wouldn't want to mess with me either. Say the word and I'll wake you to hell up.
Dude, I love they threw in a taunt.
Right. No one can give up on you. I get it. I wouldn't want to mess with me either. Say the word and I'll wake you to hell up. Gotta hand it to you. In the end, she believed in herself. I guess this isn't such a bad path to walk. Get up. If you lost, you've got something to gain. You think too much. What do you
I like all the music in Strive, honestly.
My blade is your blade.
But this one is pretty good. It's a banger.
Exactly, don't ya?
You see, I'm blazing. Still, my heart is blazing.
New metal? I guess. I like the new metal. But alright. That's it for this stream. Now we'll really end it. But yeah, I love I'm always a fan of the music of Guilty Gear. I'm just that kind of guy. The music in Guilty Gear is just great. It's fantastic. We can't rate anyone. I forgot to YouTube, but I guess I could technically. Rev the Goat. I agree with that. That's a great statement. Revelator 2 is pretty good. I still play it every day almost. But thanks for watching. Hope you had a good time. It was fun. We learned some things. What do you think, Chuck?
He'll never change. What a sick joke. I am not crazy.
All right, there you go. There you have it. All right. That is it. Goodbye.
Time to skedaddle on out of here.